Hello, chat. Welcome again to Lean Scala in barely functional stream. So we're trying to build a barely functional app using Lean Scala. And we have some pretty nice progress. So this is what we have today. This is what we have running on our dev environment in cloud. So it doesn't do much still, but we are moving towards something that is usable. So we have a plan. There's a lot of stuff that we have to do to make this app actually usable. So, well, that is just an internal requirement because it would be easier for us to work with configuration that isn't hard-coded. But what we really need is paging. So if we go here and we click this, nothing happens. Nothing happens because there are no handlers to do this. And we also don't have any procedures, any handlers on the side of the application to actually do anything with database to page. So this is what we have to figure out today, because paging unlocks also the search. We need search because search results can also be paged. And paging is, surprisingly, not that easy. I would say it isn't easy at all, especially if you want to incorporate searching with pretty, arbitrary columns included. As usual, if you have any issues with the quality of the stream or audio, give me a shout in the chat. I'll see what I can do about that. And I hope that OBS isn't acting up again because it likes you. So I hope that everything works fine. If it isn't, again, give me a shout. Let me see. Okay. Everything looks kind of nice, kind of fine. So I guess we can go back to our code. Oh yeah, this makes sense. We have to restart that. Okay, so here we have the scraping part of the application. Oh, and there's one additional interesting thing. I didn't check on our app. I didn't check up on it. So I have no idea what really happened. It was running for a few days. And as you might recall, we have a schedule that tells our application how to scrape or how often to scrape. So we have run scraping once per day. We have this function here. It's not doing anything, very intelligent. It's just taking the time when the job has started, and then it checks whether the job has taken more than 24 hours. If so, it just starts the job immediately. If not, it just schedules that for the remainder of the time that has been left between the moment when the job was starting at 24 hours. So the scraping job should have run several times, and you might recall that we have added this new thing here. So we are inserting errors for artifacts that for some reason failed to be incorporated into our database. So it would be probably a good idea to start with checking up on that and see how many times the application has failed. Oh, wrong context. Okay, this makes kind of sense. Okay. That's here, right? Yeah, Scala today. Okay, that's actually kind of a good sign. We don't see any restarts of the application, so apparently it didn't fail in any surprising way. Let's check out the logs. Let's set the namespace to app. So that we can skip the flag for namespace at each invocation. Oh no, come on. Logs. And let's maybe try less. Okay. This looks very promising. I don't see any errors. Cool. Okay. So what else can we do? Well, there is no API for us to look into the rejected part of the database. We didn't build anything for that yet. So what can we actually do? I guess the best way would be to just expose. So we have this pod. Expose the database. I guess maybe here. Let me just quickly make some order in my workspace, and we want to kubectl port forward. Ah, yeah, you can do this. I don't care. And then we should be able to do this and see what's what. So there's a lot of PGML tables, and we have our tables, and we have failed main view artifacts, which is the table that we are writing to if we encounter any errors. Let's get a count on that. $44. Okay. Not great, not terrible. Let's see what's what inside. Did I deploy this? did I deploy this to dev? Oh my god. I think I did. Let's see whether we can find this. That's in the test. That's just in the test file. How did this happen? Okay, well, that's not very great. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. It doesn't look like a correct version, but I guess, well, maybe I changed it after I pushed that to dev. So, where does that happen actually? Because we get this error, cannot parse a semantic version. Where is the exception that has this version Scala? Okay. So the original for parse, we don't have this borked string anywhere beside the test. Yeah. So it, given there's only 44 errors, I guess it didn't, impact the parsing of all versions. It has to be somewhere here in the error itself. So it's probably not very important. What the bigger problem is that I don't recall what the position for this might have been in the code. So the version itself seems intact. It should have been parsed just fine. The same applies to this. So that we have a stupid branch that appended that in some cases. I don't know. Let's try and see more. I think it was skip. I don't think it was skip. No. MySQL. By the way, are you in SQL or SQL camp? Chat. Skip. Postgres. Offset. Right. I'm sclerotic. Still worked. Okay. Must have forgotten that it was on some branch. Probably those aren't big issues, but you know, given that we don't have this now, we could repackage and redeploy and see whether, you know, we grow to more than 44 errors in that table. But given the amount of those entries, I guess we could check how many artifacts do we now have. So I guess artifacts. That's not that much. This part is actually pretty worrying. We should have about 1 million, or I would say 1,700,000. So something is not right. Okay, I think we have to get back to logs and see. Okay, this thing is actually not very important. Oh, yeah. We do have scraping error. So we have something that stops our scraping job. And that's not very good. Oh, did OBS break things again? Because you aren't seeing any code. I guess there was an option that we used last time. Cool. Great OBS. Thanks. So we have this exception here. Version Scala 47. Here, yeah, too long. Yeah. Just notice a typo. Excuse me, I have to fix that. Constant typos. Okay, so this actually froze because this froze. Not very nice. Line 47. How is that possible, by the way? Oh, but didn't we fix this here? x. What the hell? Okay. So this should fix that problem. Let's see that our tests still work. Yeah. Oh, by the way, about this test that is um, ignored in the end, I have something to show to you. I did some work on Ox off stream, and it would be, I think, nice to discuss that. Maybe even check out Ox and try to build a local snapshot to have a test run of the changes that I have made. They are still in proposal stage, so we don't know whether they will be included. I hope they would be, because they make a lot of sense if you ask me. Okay, so we are checking that all the strings are parsing correctly now. Maybe we should add this, the thing that is crashing our app, to the tests. So it's just an empty string, right? But it's for, going back to version, it's for pre-release identifier. So it's a version that has, is that the test case? Test parse a version with empty string in. Okay, so this version can be do we need parsing? No, I think we can just take whole version. So version. So it will be something like, yeah, exactly. Good job, Copilot. And let's see. Test. Yeah, looks about right. So it should have skipped that. What happens if we roll back that change? I think that's what I was trying to do before before this was, commented out. Does it throw? What? What? Huh? Where are the results? Okay, so it doesn't throw. Why? It kinda should. Let's see, maybe it's parse tolerant that does that. This one doesn't take the original. Okay. Okay. So how do we get into this situation. Line 47, compare per release identifier. Line 47. So this has to be set to option of empty string. How does this happen? Because if you see the task here, we check that we get none. And this kind of makes sense because there's just a hyphen and nothing more. So why would we expect to, empty string to be parses sum of empty string? So in my book, the behavior that we have right now in the test, it makes sense. It's what we would like to have, but we get this exception. So either we have a very old piece of code running on dev, and that's not what I recall that we did at the end of the previous stream, or something's fishy. So yeah, so this is using the parser. Nothing strange happening here. Well, we have this test, and this test looks just fine. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Given that we have this stuff that we didn't really put, like with the borked stuff, into the database, it wasn't here. I have to assume that an older piece of code is running here. So let's uncomment this piece of code because it makes sense that we want to have, because this logic, it also returns true for empty strings. So we have to do this additional conditional here. And then we at least know that, okay, it's not an empty string and everything is a digit in it. So it's still, it still can throw because the number can be, it can have 20 digits and then it's longer than long max value. But yeah, I don't think we are going to go for that kind of precision in parsing. I think we're fine with some leeway. We don't have. Oh, thank you, MacBook. Nice. So it has again. So I spent some time today fixing my MacBook because the update and one update before that and one update before that one, they changed my defaults for some reason. You can see this is in Polish, and I never use Polish language on any computers that I have, never. So I have no idea why it changed my locally again. Yeah, we'll fix that in a moment. So git isn't important. What we have to do is, I guess, build the whole thing. Let's call it 13. It's usually unlucky, so let's hope it is lucky this time. I guess it's also a time that I should start my daily walking routine. Okay, so I have a new image, and you probably remember the rest of the ritual here, which is to um, go here, okay. Sorry for my non-existent V skills. I just know how to quit, so I guess that's also a kind of achievement. Yeah, pull me up. Just deployed it. Okay, new deployment has started, working. Um, yeah, looks fine. Okay, it's going. Okay, so I mentioned that I did some changes. I mean, I did some pull requests and proposals for rocks. So let's start with why, the rationale. You might recall that we have added this Ox app trait because there isn't anything like that in Ox right now, and it basically just runs the application code with a specific run method. Here's the signature, and it's basically expecting that the user will return an either. So it's in line with how I would like to program in Scala. I would still like to I would like to have the nice part of programming with values, but without the overwhelming and ever-present monadic DSLs. So we still have to have something to return stuff, and this is just like in Go. In Go, this is just the return tuple, which is IOR data type that you might know from Haskell or Cats effect. I mean, Cats basically. So it's a tuple that can have both. Yeah, it's actually, I think in Go it's easier to think about that the return type is a tuple. I think it's also not limited in count, but my Go is too weak to be sure about that. So in Rust you have the result data type, which is basically either, but which is biased for the throwable. The error type is always pinned, so it's kind of like try, but it doesn't catch because there are no exceptions in Rust. So I would like to program in a fashion that is similar to how you program in Rust currently, but without Rust's async model. So the async part is done by visual threads from Loom and Ox. And this allows me to have very nice entry method to the program. So you might recall that before this refactor, we had this thing in HTTP file, and inside of HTTP file, we also had this handler for endpoint for Tapir. So this block of code does not execute on the same thread as the encompassing scope. So whatever happens in this HTTP class is something different that is running on a different thread than whatever is running here in the handle method. So we have an either block here, and we have a thread boundary. So one of the mostly, most often quoted things that is going to be solved with capture calculus. So the background, the research topic on which Martin Uderski is working on, and it's the backbone of the Caprese project. I think that Caprese will have a much wider application, and it will have much better theoretical background and soundness checks than whatever I can come up with. But issue is that when we had those HTTP handlers, so let's make this a little bit more visible for a moment. We had this kind of like this. So we have this either block here, and we have this either block here, and I have a discussion with one of the contributors on the repo of Ox about that. We have a small difference of opinions here. So this either, it's quite easy to see what is the type expected here. So the inference has to take this throwable and unit types, and that's exactly what we have if you look here. So this expression is either throwable unit, which is fine. But if I recall that correctly, before we added this piece of code, oh come on, this is either throwable vector of some data from database. And funny part is it won't compile because we don't have an endpoint. Let's take this import and put it here just so that it compiles. I hope it will. It won't, because we also need this import. Okay, now it compiles, and the fact that this compiles now is exactly my point. This is exactly the problem that I was talking about. So how is it possible that this either can capture this? Well, it isn't. It's not this either that is capturing this effect, because what is either block checking when applying this OK combinator is just the error channel. The check is actually happening on label of either, of throwable, of nothing, because right side doesn't matter. When you are using OK, what only matters is the left side, the error channel. So this is a gotcha, because one thing is we have a thread boundary here. So if this either caught any OK combinator happening in this block, it's fine. It's still happening on the same thread. We don't cross any thread boundaries inside of this handle block. But if you look at that in this scope, well, this is separate external thread, and this is an separate internal thread in the handler. And this compiles, and this OK is pointing towards this either. So, gotcha. What happens if we were to run this and use this index, serve a website? What happens is that if this method returns an exception, so the left, for any reason, what you get is a break exception killing the thread that is running this lambda. So not very nice. And this isn't happening in a scope controlled by aux. So it's not a forked scope of aux. So the only real idea I had how to fix that was to, well, maybe you shouldn't be able to do things like that, to have either inside of an either scope. Let's go to aux repo. Oh wow, why isn't it rendering the code? Strange. Let's fix that. Did I miss that? Don't know. Okay, so I'm describing here exactly the thing that I mentioned. I would like to make either blocks impossible to express this way, because as you can see, the inner scope is broken by this either that has throwable in the left, exactly like the other. So this compiles and it would work and it would go out of the scope because of this OK and return left from this scope. It kinda looks fine, and Ikaron thinks that this is exactly that what you know, this is the capability that you should have. I disagree, because it's very error prone, and there is no other way for us to actually prevent that. So I have written a piece of code that actually does that. You will get an error. So nesting of either blocks is not allowed. And it uses just evidence that you are already inside of a such block by using a not given. If you are not familiar with implicits in Scala, not given is, well, if you are not familiar with implicits, that's gonna be a long ride to explain what is happening here. But in a very short explanation, implicits are a way to tell compiler, I need evidence that something is true, that there's a type, some kind of type present in the scope. And not given is just an inversion. It's a negation of that. There is no such type in the scope. So if we have boundaries which operate by providing such evidence, which is called label, of type either, of something, we can then tell, I want to be sure that there is no evidence of any label for type either with any type, because nothing is a bottom type, one of the bottom types. It's the lowest type in the hierarchy. It's a subtype of anything, just like even I think it's lower than null on the hierarchy. So either of basically any types, any of types. If there is such an evidence, such label, not given will not be found, which is very important, because we can then have this custom compiler error using this annotation implicit not found, that if this not nested was not found, it means that this is a nested scope, and we should show this error. Nesting of either blocks is not allowed, as is backborn. So this is one thing, and it kind of fixed the problem that we have here. But I wanted to go a bit further with that. Let's drop this. So do we have, yeah, we are in a supervised scope because this is using aux. So what happens if we were to have, let's say, val maybe let's just type it explicitly, a throwable Yeah, yeah. Left exception E1. Yeah, that's fine. So we have a fork scope here, right? And we have an either here. And what would happen if we did this? This will compile just fine. Compiler is fine with this because this either block provides evidence that you can unpack this kind of an either, because you can see that those types match. What matters is that the left type match. So if it's throwable or exception, because that's a subtype, this is fine. It will allow this. But we're running in a fork thread. This is a thread boundary. This part of code runs on a separate thread, and therefore you just can't, leave it. You can't go out of it with an exception. So it will capture this exception, crash the fork, and won't jump here because it can't. So this is basically, this syntax cannot work. By definition, it can't work. If you have a higher level combinator like mappar, for instance, from Ox, it can work because the semantics of that combinator are that it just rethrows whatever happens in a fork. But, fork would require, let's say, well, f, that we do f join, and we don't, we aren't obliged to do that. We can just run this fork in a fire and forget fashion like this, and it is just a broken fork. It will just crash and burn, and probably also, given that this is a supervised scope, it will kill the outer scope and stop our application, basically. So it's kind of a big problem. So I came up with some help from my friends from compiler team at Virtus Lab. I came up with a solution. I hope it will be accepted because I think it makes things insanely better. Not here. 146. Yeah. So this is actually quite interesting. So what we do is that we add a new token, like I mentioned, a type that will be available in a scope as implicit value, so kind of evidence. And we change the type of all fork family of functions so that this is a context function now. A context function means it's a function which will have this value available in the implicit scope, which means that user's code will have this implicit value, the forked. It will be available in the implicit scope. Why? Well, can user use this for any purposes? Well, not really. It doesn't do anything. You can see here that this is just a case object. We just have this CLabstract class to have exactly one instance of this type and have, this type called forked, so that we don't have to use forked.type everywhere. That's just, we create a type and then we extend it so that the object, we don't have to use the self-type of the object. So we do this everywhere, and we take this forked everywhere. Excuse me. And when we do, what is important is what we do with the combinators on either. This is for the interop with the either block. So all the combinators now have this using not forked in scope, not in forked scope, sorry. So this is defined here as, again, not given forked. So we ask compiler to tell us that there is no forked in that scope. If there is forked instance in that scope, we won't find not given, and that means this error will show up. So this use of OK belongs to either block outside of the fork and is therefore illegal. And this is exactly preventing us from a situation where we just run like code like here. So this would be now a compiler. But you are right that we could write something like that, and this should be fine because we now know, okay, we are in a separate IDER scope that can catch that just fine. This should compile just fine. So it wouldn't, because we still have this, you might recall, forked. This is what is happening here. So we were in the scope when this forked instance is available here. So this would still fail. And this is where my colleagues from compiler team came up with a solution by using the ambiguity problem. So if you have ambiguous implicit, so ambiguous givens in Scala, it's an error. But if they are provided in a way that my compiler is probably too weak to explain it correctly, but what it does in the end for us is that it basically removes the forked instance from the scope inside of an IDER block. So IDER block, if you open it, it kind of consumes and removes the forked instance. And, I had a discussion with Kit Langton about that on Twitter, that it isn't consuming that. Okay, that's true. For our purposes, it kind of is, because what is important is that this not given will then work. Because ambiguity in the scope works in a way that it prevents the search for not given to fail. It doesn't find this fork because it's ambiguous. So in the end, it finds an instance for not given. I have some tests here. While explaining that to you, it just dawned on me that I didn't check what happens if you do recursive nesting, and it might not work in recursive nesting case. Yeah, it's a question what is good enough in this scenario. But yeah, we do have tests that check that this is actually a compiler. I think there's also one that looks just like it should. We have an IDER block, which is an outer block. Then we have a supervised block, a fork inside of this supervised block, and we have internal IDER in this fork, and it works. This compiles. This test is green. So everything here works, and we know that all those cases above don't compile. Okay, this compiles, but this doesn't. This doesn't. So when we have row usage of OK in a forked scope, OK combinator doesn't work. Okay, so does it change a lot for us in our app? Well, not really, because we have done this small refactor here. So this is fine. Okay, I have another proposal here for Ox, which is something that I also complained on the previous stream, that if we want to have a nice way to work with unsafe APIs that might throw, we have to do something like that currently with Ox. So we have to open a catching block, do an IDER block inside, then flatten that because it's an IDER of IDER, and we end up with IDER throwable. So I have proposed that maybe we could just turn this catching into an IDER block 2, so it has the same capability, and in the end we would have syntax like that. So it can then work with IDERs, it can then capture if this function, which lies in the signature, it tells us that it takes a string, returns a string, but it throws an exception. So either catching would work in a way that what is safe either can be deconstructed in that, but functions that throw will also be captured. So those changes aren't available yet. I discussed that with Adam, but he said he will take a look. So it's not ready yet. Like I mentioned, we could just create a local snapshot and work with local snapshot and see what's what, how it works. We'll see if we have time today. Okay. So let's take a look at the list. Configuration. Should we fix configuration first? I guess. Let's see. Not here. Here. Is it still working? Is everything okay with the service now? Yep. 25 minutes up. I don't know how many records it managed to go through last time. Let's see. Still the same amount. Yeah. Okay. I think we'll skip configuration for now. Let's focus on paging. I mentioned that paging isn't easy, and people often use offset with limit for paging. That's a very big no-go. If you aren't familiar with why, it basically forces your database to go through all the rows that you want to offset and only then take some. So almost full table scans depending on how far you go into the paging. So further pages take much more memory and they're just much more expensive to compute. What you should do is either cursor paging or compound index paging. I can never remember how this works like, so I would like to find a blog post that I always use as an inspiration for that. Let me check if I have that in my Raindrop instance. So Raindrop is a bookmark manager. I think I have it. Apparently not. Let's see. This blog post from Citus was good. Let's see whether there will be a mention of what I wanted. No, limit, no cursors, order queries, an index. Cluster TID. Okay, that's for Citus. Key sets. Yeah, I think I wanted key set pagination. I think it was this blog post. So from what I recall, this will require some changes to our tables. Um, huh. Now I'm starting to wonder whether keyset is actually what we want to do, because we have a lot of possible columns that we want to use. By the way, mm, okay. So our current unique constraint on this table mm, is an organization repo and artifact name. We don't have a primary key, which is probably kind of a problem. We want to use this table because it is already organized in a way that helps us with a lot of aggregation issues, and we can join with that if we want anything else. We can use the identifier from here. I guess project ID was the identifier that we used. Now, I'm thinking what would be the best way to handle the tiebreaker ID, and I guess it would be project ID. I don't think we have. So project ID is not it's not a foreign key. I don't think we have. If we look at the code in DB, DB. I wanted DB. Where's DB? So it's serial. Oh, I think I fucked it up. Didn't I? I mean, did I? It's not null, which makes sense. Let's see. Um, when we have this first table ID, it has an ID column. Okay, we have this. Let's try 23. Nothing. Well, what? How is that possible? Maybe it skipped this value. Oh, 1097. Okay, so strange. 50. Hanabix, Akka stream off. Okay. Um, so what I'm interested in is whether I done goofed that between the relationship between tables. Select from projects with where project ID 50. Oh, I didn't, but it's not a unique. Yeah, because rows are with multiple artifact names. So it's not a good tiebreaker. A project ID. So I guess we need additional column. As I thought initially. So I did mention that. I think for keyset pagination we will need additional column, and this was what I was thinking about. Something to break ties, and something that can be well, basically, I think something like a row number would be just fine. I guess we can create additional column just as a primary key. So a synthetic key. Not something that is tied with our domain in any way. Blah blah blah. For query patterns, implement keys pagination like a pro. Yeah. Okay. So what I guess we have to do is rename that. Um, mm, oh wait, I'm changing the wrong file. Yeah. D4. Let's call it this way. So view table. So that is going to be an alter table, and it's called projects with latest release. Oh, is it suggesting? Oh, project add primary key. Huh. Is this even correct query? I don't think I have an extension that would check SQL. Huh. IntelliCode, Rainbow CSV. Wow. Oh, there's an extension called PostgreSQL. Should we use it? Haven't used that before. Let's see. Failed to load Postgres tool service. Nice. Why? What happened? After installing the service. How do you install the service? Oh, oh. So wait, I don't get it. Let's just restart the window and see what happens. No, it doesn't start. So what? It does it require? No. Maybe it's just not available for M1 MacBooks. I don't know. I don't care. Fuck that. Um, I think it is kind of fine. I just wanted to because it's adding a primary key to existing column, and I wanted to add a column. So let's yeah, basically this is what we want. Um, so I guess we have to kill this port forward. Oh, I have. Oh, I was doing things on my local instance instead of the. Oh, oh my God, chat. I'm dumb. So we were counting things on the local database instead of the database in cloud. Yeah, different port number. Yeah, yeah. Count. Okay, okay. So fingers crossed. Projects. Let's call it from artifacts. Not bad. Almost 800,000. Uh, well, still not great. Still not great. Okay. So we want to apply that to our local database. Can we just run the app? Yeah, fell to the code. Yeah, the shitty error from configure. So I really should fix that. But what it tells us is that port is not set and X. JDBC is not set. So we need those two environment variables, and now it should start just fine. Okay, it applied the migration and it's doing its thing, so it's scraping the database. I guess we shouldn't be scraping the database right now because we'll swamp the dev instance and there's already a scrape running from our cloud deployment. I guess I should just probably copy that database from cloud. So, we have done this migration. Let's go and see the results. Oh no, not free too. Ah, with yeah. So we have the ID. This thing is fine. I'm wondering this. I made this serial, and I guess that was a bad choice. To be perfectly honest, I think in this we don't have, yeah, it's without creator, so we always have to provide this. And interestingly, I've marked that as ID, which isn't really true. But from what I recall, Magnum has no way to mark several columns as a compound key. So this is now that we is this enough for Postgres to make it auto-generated? I guess not. Sure, primary key does it? Oh, what's up? Okay. It does exist. Huh. Huh. Okay, dbeaver broke. Why? Disconnect. And maybe reconnect. Public? No? What the hell? This is really confusing. I know that, you know, people say that this application is the best thing since the, you know, sliced bread in terms of database management. I find it confusing. What? Oh, wonderful. But you know, I'm saying that in PSQL. Whatever. So we have this ID now, and I'm wondering whether the columns and the rows that we already have it. They should have it. Yep. Okay. So it did add this column. That's fine. And now, how do we want to do pagination by default? So our general query that we use is actually this one, fetch and recently released projects with artifacts. Do we have, I think we have it in dbeaver here. It's the same query, isn't it? Nope. Oh, god damn it. Well, not exactly. Hmm. I would like to have dbeaver available again. So I guess I will be forced to somehow fix that. Yeah. Let's see. Do we have anything in public? No. Why? Oh, I have an idea. Are we? Because there should be two schemas. So I guess it tells us it's lying to us regarding whether it can connect. Yeah, yeah, it is. Try connecting now. Oh yeah, oh yeah, got it. So now we have. Oh yeah, works on. Um, hmm. So key set pagination. Um, can we use this technique? So we have to have key filter predicate, and then we have comparison. So that would be our release date, an ID. Will this be a problem? Will this be a problem for us? Can this change in the meantime between queries? Yeah. Yeah, it can. So there's a problem with pagination that um, it's not really always relevant, which is that if your database, if your table, excuse me, excuse me very much, my allergy has returned with a vengeance recently. So if you have a table that is frequently mutated, pagination is very nasty because rows can basically skip between changes. So between pages, if they if something that is part of the pagination scheme that you are using, they can go um, and you can have a situation that a row doesn't show up anymore um, because it would be on the second page, let's say, due to data that you have. You make a first query, you see the first page, and you click the next page, but between those two things happening, there's a change that impacts how the row that you're interested in will be presented. So now with your structure of your query, it can end up being on the first page, but you have just clicked that you want to go to the second page, so it's not there. And if you click back to first page, it will be there. So you have concurrent modifications to the database that impact how paging works. From what I recall, the only technique that works around that is cursor paging, but I'm not exactly sure that this is a great way to work with data, given that I think it has to hold stuff in memory. So for a public website, I think cursor paging is almost always a bad idea. Yeah, you have to open a transactional scope, create a cursor, and then you fetch from it. So if your user leaves the website open for some time, you have to have a transactional timeout. The transaction will be open. It's just it's not declaring any changes, so it's not locking anything, but it's there in the memory. And I guess for this query, I think some snapshots have to be held in memory, so not very nice. Oh, my walking pad just decided that okay, it's time to stop. It does that sometimes, no idea why. Okay, so do we care? Do we care about stability of paging? I don't think we have to. It's not really important in this context. I guess most of the time, if people are interested in seeing stuff that they are interested in, they will use search feature and not go through pages. So I guess we can safely ignore this concern and just use key suite pagination. Now, there's also the thing that it is even more irrelevant given that we have scraping job that's running once per day, and nothing else will, at least for now, nothing else will modify the database, especially from the perspective of that column by which we order stuff by default, which is latest release date. Okay, so how this would work if we were to do this. Let's try and see. I guess we have to pull this out from here. I think I did have this here. Is this? Yeah. I think it's the same query. We are just taking all here. Can run it. Yeah. So what is the release date? Latest release date. 1st of June. Makes sense, I guess. Oh. Migrations have failed validation. Did I change anything in the file? Ah, yeah. Cool. Let's leave it scraping in the background because I would like to see data that is more, or maybe instead, could we fetch data from our prod environment, so to say? I mean, dev environment. From what I recall, dev environment, as set here in BSIM, was very shitty. So there's a okay, so it's a stateful set. So it will take, will it? Let's see. Will it take a persistent volume? Because what I'm wondering is whether we can back up a persistent volume. And funnily enough, a persistent volume in this case is um, just a directory on the node. So describe pod and db. Maybe let's try an SS. Do they use SS? I don't know. Connotations might be troublesome, but it's stateful set. No, doesn't look like it. DB. No. Oh, it's STS to avoid the connotations. DB. Now, what is the name of the pod? PostgreSML, I think. Yeah, that's the STS. Okay, so we have a pod. No volumes. Oh. So it's even more lazy than I hoped. A pod and db. Nope, there's just service account injection from Kubernetes, but there is no volume. Okay, that's not great. That's kind of terrible, actually. So I don't want to dig into that. Stopping the pod would be necessary, and given that we don't have a persistent volume, that would probably end up being very troublesome, as you know, data would basically evaporate. So no. So yeah, let's run the scraping job here. And on that, let me just quickly grab another cup of tea. I'll be back in a minute. Welcome back. Got the team. And yeah. So, quick check whether OBS is still working fine. I guess it is. So we don't have a way to pull data from our dev environment in cloud. So we're running a scraping job here, and I wonder whether that impacts anything here. Oh, it does. So if we keep doing that, it will find new and new data, which will make our investigation more harder than I would like to. So that should be enough. Okay. Because in the end, what we want to is to have static data sets, so to just see whether the paging query works in a stable way. So yeah, let's keep this one open here. Let's replace this one here, and we have a way to compare stuff. We can drop the old scripts, we don't need them anymore. Yeah, don't save it. Now the tricky bit with key set pagination is that what you have to do is you have to pull some data out of the data set to be able to go to the other page, basically. So here's a good example of how it works. Where's the that's yeah. So we have to have those two values. We cannot work without them. And this is, I think, just an example. So yeah, let's start. So so things that go into tuple are they allow us to manipulate ordering. ID is a synthetic key, it doesn't represent anything, so it isn't important for us. So for this case, I think we have to keep them in sync. So ascending with ascending and descending with descending. We could, I think, wouldn't make much difference if we did it in a descending order, to be honest. I think it's just a tiebreaker because the main column would be the first one, and in our case it's the release date. So where, and this is the important bit. So latest release date is at timestamp tz, I guess, in our table. Is date. It is a release date. It's computed from a release date. It's the max on release date. So it is timestamp tz. There is an easy way to, I mean, Postgres knows how to order on that, but it's not gonna be very nice for constructing query by hand. P And it's gonna be in descending order, isn't it? I mean, we are already ordering that in descending order here. So let's see, what is the syntax that Postgres will be happy with? We could, I guess, say no. I guess it has to also be RP ID. Oh, we don't take it, by the way. We have to take it here. Smaller than now, and yeah, whatever ID there is. Oh, we don't have to do that because we do a join. And yeah, the fact that we didn't we did something else in the database segment here. Now it's obvious why I did that, because I didn't want duplicates. So yeah, let's replace that. There's no must replace in this. Okay, cool. Really? Find replace. Oh, okay. With nothing. Okay. Yeah, do the same. Is that... Oh my, no. Let's see. Maybe it works. And we need ID. So we need it here. Oh, there isn't one. Why? This here. Oh yeah, that makes sense. This is a syntax error. Yeah. I don't know. Whatever. ColmRP ID doesn't work. Doesn't exist. Okay, because we don't have it here. So another RP, PWLR ID, and same here. Okay, so that should be exactly the same data set, right? If we fix the... come on, what is the end of line? Okay, with command. If we replace this here, yeah, the same data. So let's take a limit 10. That's the size of our page. And we get this. We get this. And with 10, we have some data to put into here. So I guess we'll just create another one. I just want to test that. How do you rename the script? Just rename file. Whatever. Now, latest release date. It's gonna be here. This thing here. And I guess the 80. So Spice, we end up on Spice client JVM. Oh. Spice client JVM. Where is OK HTTP? It's missing. So do they have the same release date? Did I mix up the order? No. Maybe? No, I didn't. That's the first one. The one is missing. We don't get this row. So what would happen if we were to drop it? Yeah, it doesn't work. If we drop this here, do we have a different order? Nope. What's the problem? Syntax error. Why? Oh, transient problem. Hmm. I don't get it. It sometimes stops working. So 107, and this is the first page, right? 1, 2, 8. No, this won't work. No, it made it even worse. This one is the last one. Now, if we take a look here, I think the ordering by ID is breaking stuff for us here. Because this one has a completely different ID. I think I'm missing something. Mm. Chat, be of help. So, what am I doing wrong here? Second column is just a tiebreaker. So ordering is always taking the first one. What is wrong with that? Come on. That should just work. What is? Oh, okay. Well, dbeaver is awesome. I have no idea why it sometimes works and then stops to work. So I should be getting first 10. That's the first 10, right? They have a release date. Is this the same? No, it's not the same release date. Did I just do something stupid here? No. Without a cast? No. It does. It knows it has to cast that. Did I copy the wrong? JVM is the last one here, right? Spice client JVM. Should just work. Oh, maybe I did copy the wrong one. Wait. What the hell? Page query. This one. Copy that. Goes here. What? Now we have a completely different result. And I don't... Oh, maybe it mattered. No. It's just returning stuff out of this part. No, the application is killed, so it's not changing the data set under our fit. This is stable. Yeah, this doesn't change anything because we currently have no conflicts on release date. Every row has a different one, doesn't it? Oh no, we have some types. We have some ties. But it's breaking ties pretty nicely. I am. I'm probably. Yes. Oh my god. That's. Yeah. And I'm wondering why. Yeah. Latest release date. Descending. ID. Descending order. Yeah. Um, what? Oh, order by has to be after war. I guess. Okay. Huh. Oh, that's not very good. Okay, so let me explain what is the new problem. So we are doing a join with a subquery, and the join mm, so in the nested subquery we group by org and repo. So basically by GitHub repo and take 10 of them. But as you might recall, our table, this table, it has a row per artifact. So it's possible that one project will have multiple rows. And now we can't do any operations on the outer query. We just can't. Just dawn on me, we can't. So any kind of operations with ordering, they have to happen in this query because the order that we use is based on this nested subquery, which takes ordering by project, not by artifacts. And we then just take amount of rows that is unbounded, basically, because what we do with that, and if we go to the website itself, you can see this here. This isn't fetched from the backend. It's in the HTML that we render. So for every project, we have all the artifacts that are bound to that project, which is very nice, and that's what I wanted. But it means that any page is limited. So what is actually going to have impact on our paging is not the external query, it's the internal one. Sorry, it took me so long to figure that out, by the way. It's kind of obvious if you think about it. So yeah, we need ID here. So order by ID desk. Does it change anything? It shouldn't. Oh shit, it's not in the group by. Oh my. Hmm. Free subqueries with this one being, yeah, it makes sense. It doesn't work. Sure, it's not in the, but we cannot group by. We cannot group by because ID. Oh, it's unique actually, isn't it? It's a synthetic key, so we can't add it to the group by, I guess. Let's see. Uh, PWR, WLR, ID, order by, ID, desk. Let's see. Oh shit! It broke stuff. Why, by the way? Oh, we have duplicates now. Yeah, makes sense. I'm just yeah. If we are grouping by that, yeah, yeah. They have exactly. They have unique. So I just broke my aggregation step with that. It doesn't work this way. Yeah. So aggregation per artifact name, well, doesn't work if we have. That's interesting. We have duplicate and artifact names anyway. But it has a different last version. Um, group by org and repo. Shouldn't we add an artifact name to that? Org and repo. Okay. Because what it does, because that's the result of the join, right? Uh, why doesn't it? Yeah. So I can't add the ID to this. We are interested in this specifically. Now join. I'm wondering why we are seeing this, but oh, it's CDF and CDP. I'm just stupid. Yeah, learn to read. And anyway, makes sense. All is fine. Cool. Mm. So I think we have to modify the squaring and have, um, unfortunately, another subquery. So three subqueries. I mean, two subqueries. One main query and two subqueries. Two page by. But it won't work. Oh, goddamn! Our aggregations are getting worse and worse. Starting to think that we should have started with, flat database structure like we have with artifacts and projects. Figure out the best sets of data that we want to use on the front end here, and only then build the view tables out of that, or you know, do the step that we do in building view data in scraping step. Hmm. Because if we do, we can't do key set pagination on the nested query here. Won't work. If we add PWR ID, it's a unique key per row, so it breaks aggregation. We have ID, task, and all hell breaks loose. Yeah. Database. Always something. I guess it does work with stupid thing, probably, which is if we do offset 10. So this is the first page, the whole thing. Let's try and take 20 in main query. This is the first page, then this is the second page, right? We can drop those things here. Now, the first 10 ends up at Gemini repo, so we have it here. Then we have mil-mima, and there's 5 entries here, 5 entries here. Wait, okay. So it ends at Gemini, starts at logup. Okay, this works. I'm just wondering how costly it will get. So how many rows do we get? Maybe we shouldn't worry about that. Maybe we shouldn't do fancy paging. And just do dump PHP move. You know, offset limit. Count. We won't see anything here. Could we connect to external database, by the way? The external database will have more data. Count. Projects with 20,000. Okay. maybe we shouldn't worry about that, like at all. I mean, how many projects are we aware of in total? 6,000. Dear chat, should we trust Postgres with performance on this? What? Massive an alias. Oh yeah, obviously. 1,100. This number will grow. Right. If we do the same query here. Yeah, okay, fine. 6,000. It's probably fine. Hello. Hi there. Well, how should I read your nickname? H. Kra? Arch. Ah, obviously. Okay. So it's kind of shitty that we have to do this. It does work. Um, how many do we get out of that? If we have discount, that's 1,094, 6,000 here. Let's say 950 offset. Well, there's no drama. So yeah, even if we run this here, right? What's the problem? Oh, right. There is no ID on that, but we aren't using ID in this query, so I guess we can just, yeah. That didn't took a long time. Okay, so I wanted to do fancy paging. It doesn't seem we will use fancy paging. Using offsets, on the other hand, allows for simpler queries. So maybe that's not that bad. Maybe we don't need that migration. I mean, it doesn't hurt, so we can leave it as it is. I just don't want to fight with my local database. That's the only reason. Okay. So should we just add paging here? Because if we can do this with offset method, which is bad and you shouldn't use it, especially for large tables, I guess we're fine with that here. So it's int now n, and it turns out to be a page size, right? Yeah. Okay, so if we are going to do the stupid approach for paging, this should turn out pretty easy now. We aren't taking the ID, we don't care about that, we just added that for no reason at all. Oh, we can't do that because the funny part about and that's actually an issue that I have with Flyway. So Flyway takes sum, control sum of the file, and it will complain like crazy that file has changed. It doesn't care about whether the actual semantics change. It will complain if I add a stupid comment. A stupid comment is enough to toggle a change in checksum. So Flyway will complain. That's not something that I would like to have, but I guess it has to be this way. I guess there's Flyway has the capability to run Java migrations. It's only a question, how does that work actually? Maybe we could do that in Scala, by the way. Flyway migrations, Java migration. How do you define that? I never did that. So maybe my complaint is yeah, okay. Java API. Yeah, but that's migrations. I would like to write one. Docs. How do you write Java migration? How does it, do you put class files into some specific place on the class path? Java API, yeah. Oh, you just wait. Oh, it's a package. It's just a package. Okay. Since it's a plain Java file, we could, I guess, just implement that in Scala. Now, it probably does the same thing. It takes a checksum of the, what, class file probably? So comments get stripped, right? So it probably would be more permissive. Huh. Interesting. Never did that. Migrate context. What is in the context? What do you do with context? Well, it doesn't seem you do much. At least not in the tutorial. Interesting. Have to test that someday. Okay. So I can't add an annotation that we're not using that. And if we had a way to easily pull data from dev, that would just work. So that's something probably worth adding to our list. Checkboxes for search, yeah. A way to pull data out of cluster. Um, maybe I'm just being completely dumb, but got a repo. Not yet. I wanted to get to a point where it actually does things, and it's not a complete mess. Once I will get to this point, I will push that because I'm not sure. Did I open a repo? Uh, I don't think I have. There is no remote set, so it's just get in it. Maybe I'm being dumb here, but kubectl exec and db yeah bin bash psql postgresml. Hmm. Oh, okay. It works this way. But what I'm thinking about. There's just a simple way to export a table, right? Isn't there? Um, maybe I'm overthinking that. Export dump database SQL dump. That's restoring pg dump. So yeah, maybe I'm just. Do we have pg dump on the container? DB name. That's table, so it's public. Yes. Oh yeah. Pg dump public database public. It's a schema. Um, hmm. So what do we have? Oh, all right. I'm uh, not thinking really. ML. It's called this way. Okay, that seems to be doing stuff. TMP. Okay. Do we have a cat? Or maybe less? Oh, we do. Well, that takes off a lot of drama. So, it's in the temp. NDB CP. Now, how does CP work? And we did use it on stream some time ago. Can't remember for what. Oh, it was on a stream. Oh, it was a presentation for Lambda Days. So yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's I always forget the syntax. It's namespace slash kubectl cp DB Postgres, I think 0, ML 0. Okay, and then you have what? Double quote? Double colon? Is that double colon? Is it? How do you call this in English? God damn it. Temp DBSQL. Cool. And yeah, DBSQL here. Removing lead from memories. What? Oh, doesn't look like it worked. Oh, it, I guess did. So it's 111 megabytes. What's the size here? Oh, 102. Hmm. Hmm. Why is it doing that? Let's get this here and ask GPT. It's not very useful from what I see. We are using tar. Let's go to the end and see. Oh no, it's broken. Definitely broken. This is a broken roll. Why isn't it copying that? Cube CDR, okay. Do we have tar? Tar. No. Oh, we have tar. Do we have gzip? Okay. That's a dump file, so is there a way to tell? Is there a format? Custom format. FT. Still. Yeah. Oh, no, it's no tar. Why is it so big then? Oh, it's, yeah. It's tarred, but it's not gzipped. So it should be to standard out, gzip, and then to cool. And now well, not exactly GitHub. I am using our AI overlords here. That's ChatGPT. You know, it is more useful in many cases, but you know, for instance, it completely shut the bed here when I ask why is it didn't complain about tar? So yeah, it's not always the best way to do things, or maybe I'm just being old. I don't know. Um, so yeah, we have a file. Um, let's yeah, no, it's reasonable. DBSQL. Let's drop that file. Cool. And now I'm gonna automate that with a script, obviously. Just want to see tar gz tar gz. Copy that. What is it? Okay. I don't really care. Let's just compare the sizes. Fine. Oh shit. CUDA. Oh right. It's PostgreSQL. So it does have that. It does have CUDA capabilities. 12 max. Maybe not human readable. Oh, I want this nice round number here. Yeah, it looks fine. Z F DB. Oh no, DB. I probably shouldn't have done that. Yeah, especially if I don't have a comment. So yeah. Mm, so what we did, because I would like to just run it. Sorry, phone. Sorry, I have to take this. Okay, welcome back. Sorry, had to take the phone. I think it's time to enable air conditioning, by the way. So, mm, so, paging. Where are we? Oh, we're trying to pull the database. So what do we do, and how do we do that? Mm, So we have pulled that. We don't need it to be a IT now. We just want to run the same command that we run here. And that was this bit. Okay, so we need ndb postgres ml port 0. I wonder if this will work just fine. Oh yeah, looks like it. What's the problem, cat? Oh, it's playtime. And now the second command was kubectl cp. Yeah. And we can basically take it from here. Let's add some yeah. What the hell, Copilot? Oh, does it work from... No, it won't work like that. Let's comment this out and see what our script affords us. Do you have cats, chat? I have 2. And you might not be hearing that, but I'm hearing my cat choking on Rabbit's ear. So, okay, this I don't know why is that doing that. I don't think I care. Is it happening with CP? I think it's happening with CP. Anyway, we are probably here. So I give her, it's a she, I give her dried out rabbit ears. She loves them. Well, I'm not doing the thing to the bunny. I'm just buying the. It's actually a treat for a dog, usually a dog treat. Apparently, my cat loves it. How do we run this? I guess I have to drop everything in the public, don't I? So she's just, cleaning her teeth on this dried out rabbit hair, and she's just chunking that with crunch. There's a lot of crunch happening when she eats this hair, and then she has a problem sometimes. She backs up. So I imagine, based on the sounds, from the other room that um, I will find a half chewed up and vomited out piece of rabbit air on the floor. So having cats is awesome. I fully recommend that. Okay, so do you think I have to drop everything that I have in this public schema? I have a lot of garbage here. Will it drop that in the dump if I apply the dump? PG restore. Valid archive. It's not a valid archive. Okay. Frankly, I don't I don't remember how that worked. The script was here. Maybe. Oh, I kind of get it. Oh, my bad. We should just probably ungz that. So yeah, let's remove all that, and we have this gzip. So unzip basically. No. Gz. What was the command for that? Decompress -d. D dbsql. So we should have now. Oh yeah. Okay. PG restore D PostgreSML and DB SQL. Okay. Now we have to specify the connection. So PSQL, we are using this thing. I'm just gonna replace that with that, and no, pass this file. Okay. Oh shit! No, already exists. There is probably a thing to generate a dump that will override stuff, right? Oh, she's here, by the way. Hello. Yeah, that's the rabbit ear eating cat. Okay, clean. Okay. So, oh shit, I left it with tar. No. Be gone. Just the gzipd. Oh yeah. Shit. It didn't do that. Um, it's with the clean option. So, what's up? Why doesn't it create... Nope. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Nope. So it isn't clean. So, yeah. Regarding the usefulness of AI. If anything, it's perplexity. Okay. I have to say I'm kinda sad because I hoped this would work. I also don't want to do anything with PGML schema. So oh, the AND operator. Okay. That's useful. Wait. Did I delete the DB Scala file? Okay, I really should commit that. Holy shit. Oh, it's a new file. Nice. Good save from. Does it still compile? Did I break more stuff? Compile test scope. Oh, kinda. Seems to work. No. Should compile now. Come on. Come on, let's go. Okay. So Metals has some issues with refreshes. Okay, we have this again. I want to see what's inside. Okay. Mm-hmm. Well, clean isn't working. Clean is quite surely isn't working. It's not working at all. Okay, apparently I could do this. Oh, now it works. No idea why, by the way. Oh, am I doing something absolutely horrible? Yes, I am. Oh my god. Yeah, distracted is yeah. Oh god. I just nuked the dev database. Holy shit. At least it's dev, right? Played myself with port. Holy shit. What the hell? Let's see. Is it going to restore something? It's supposedly restoring stuff from the dump. And there's maybe count 0. Cool. 0. Zero. Awesome. What the hell? Okay, so it finished doing stuff. Okay. 20,000. Okay, it was doing that in transaction, so I guess I just made it. I'm wondering whether it broke the pending work. So it should, in theory, it shouldn't do anything. We might have a small loss of data in the job that is running currently. I'm wondering whether I have killed the job by doing that. I think I have to drop the nonchalant approach to the database. I mean, it's not a true database. It's still just development. It's still not a true prod. So maybe I shouldn't worry that much. But, you know, it's a bit practice to not be careful with databases. So this should have been this. Because free was open port forward. Goddamn. Get pods. kubectl. Logs. App deployment. Yeah. Let's see. Oh. Interesting. What waiting for data? I don't want to wait for data. Oh, relation doesn't exist. Yeah, but because it was dropped. I know. Now it should be fine. Okay, so yeah, table was not present. That's not a big issue. Let's see whether our scraping job was killed. Oh, I think it was. Oh, it was. Oh, interesting. It failed at something completely different. After 36 minutes. Parse exception. Expected JSON at index 0. I think we have to debug that, by the way, because this one is big. This one is important because it looks like fuck off, stupid Mac OS. I did turn off this option on my main account. Didn't do that here yet. Okay. Yeah, but let's finish paging first. So, beside the horrible fuck up that I just did with the database, well, at least it looks like it has been yeah, it's running fine, so to say. It has been restored correctly. I wanted to do this actually, so that we can run the same queries. Okay, so after that horrible mishap, we should have. Oh, okay, it finished. Cool. We should have stuff here. Okay, ID doesn't exist anymore. That's fine because we can now safely drop this. Cool. and the application won't complain. We can actually run it. And we can fix the script and make it more robust. gzibd and now pg restore. So what was the pg restore command that we used? Clean. Okay, we can just do this now, and we have to pass the correct path to that file. And now we should probably clean up, right? Yeah, exactly. So yes, exactly this. Yeah. Let's get a count on the local. Okay, 6039. Yeah, this should work now, pretty much. So, ID is dead. Let's drop it, we don't need it anymore. Paged query. Yeah. I guess I should do this to make sure that we are on a clean slate. Yeah, looks fine. Works. Okay, so we have something to fetch data from dev-env. What I wanted to do, that site platform old repo. Not site, where was it? Oh, the app, here, where the script is. Okay, so what I wanted to do is basically to add a handler for that, for paging. Am I right? Because is there anything else that we want to do? Anything else at all? Scraping. We have a bug in scraping. We need an endpoint. Versioning is working fine. We don't need to change anything here. Anything here. EB Scala. This is now a paged thing. So, yeah, let's see. Whether it works correctly on local. It should be the same table, right? Exactly the same. Yeah, it is. And works. So we don't have anything that will handle paging here. And to do that, we need some magic to happen. We need to think a little bit around how we want to structure that with the with HTMX, because what we want to do is we want to have an endpoint for pages that will be able to be used from here, basically. Louder on the mic. It's an ongoing problem. I have some difficulties. Can you hear me now? Does it go? Does it clip? It shouldn't clip now. I hope, at least. Is it clipping now? Clipping, clipping, clipping. Is it better? Is it now? Is it fine? Okay. Cool. I have no idea how this works because last time I made changes to that, it started clipping. So does it? Oh yeah. Now it goes into the yellow. But you know, if it starts clipping for you, give me a shout. Okay. Okay. So we have this setup in which we are using. We can drop this, I guess, because this was just for the copilot. We have the setup where we have Scala tags for rendering, and what we actually need to do, I guess we have to expose this method as a page, because this method is used by index. So we need to expose that rendering. Yeah, it's here. So I guess we will have to add an ID here. Or maybe on the table itself, so that HTMX knows what to replace. I actually have to look into documentation of HTMX to remind myself how you should do that with the swap outer HTML. Yeah, outer HTML of that, right? So if we want to do that with target, yeah, it's here. Target. So we need that, and it will be inside. It won't replace, right? Ajax target. Will be appended to the div. So inside. Okay. So that is fine. We can replace the whole table then. Let's call the projects table. Now, the next bit is as we want to, we actually want to replace, because it will append. That's not good. You know what? It's probably easier to query that documentation here. Cool. Table container. Will it replace everything? Replace the content. Okay, so it's not appending, it's replacing. That's what we want, right? Projects table. So our pagination is here. Previous. Oh, it's actually funny. So we have to do multiple replace because we have to replace at least previous. So I think that was called out of band swaps. Yeah, so let me explain why. We have to replace the whole, we have to re-render, god damn it, the whole bit here, the navigation. I think the whole nav has to go on each paging change because it's going to have links here, this href, and it's not going to be static anymore, and it's going to have a different URL. So with out of bound swaps, we can put two different snippets of HTML with the message here. So if you have a message, does he have a message here? No. Okay, yeah, so this shows nicely. So this will be inserted where we want it to be inserted. So this will be our table. Our table will go into the target that we specify on the roots of paging controller, and this thing on the other hand will go and we will render nav here, right? We'll call it paging nav. So this will replace paging nav that is present on the side with the out of bounds swap. Cool. Let me just grab another cup of tea and I'll be back in a moment. Welcome back. Got a new cup of tea. We can continue with paging. Okay, so walking mode activated. Let's figure that out. Okay, so we definitely need this as a separate component here. Let's make some small changes here so that it's easier to restart our application, and we will run it like, let's do just comment that out. Do uncomment. You can take bets, by the way. Will I forget to uncomment that? I would bet against myself. Oh, okay. Migrations, yeah, whatever. I think we can also uncomment them. I mean, comment them out to make it get up faster. And now run was, I think, with a reload. No. Run. Help. Yes, help me. There was an option. Restart. Yes, restart, not reload. Not watch. Yeah. Why we want to do that? We want to do that because we want to see changes immediately. I mean, as far that allows us to see them quick enough. So, where was it? I was here in templates. Nav. Paging. Navigation. It will take some, I'm quite sure it will take some arguments here. For time being, let's just replace that here and put it into the place where it belongs. Project table div, I think it was here. Paging navigation, I guess. Let's see. Yeah, it's here. So, these links, I have to compute the pages, and we also have to compute which one is active. And with that, we also have to compute what will be here in the previous and what will be here in the next one. It could be just a vector of numbers, if you ask me. Because in the end, it's the same thing. Now, could it be just a vector of numbers? So if 0, we would not print anything if this is a 0. So yeah, vector of numbers would probably work fine. Question is, how do we treat the problem of active? Because we have to, it won't be always in the first position, right? I mean, it could be, but it looks shitty. I guess it would be nice to have it working like why did it turn off again? No idea. Can you hear my walking pad, by the way? So I would like, you know, the experience that you get with most paging frameworks, like paging plugins to front-end things like React or Vue, that if you are at the border, so there are no previous pages, and you are on the first page, it's on the left. If you are on the last page, and there are no more pages on the right, and you are on the last page, you would be here, active would be here. But for everything in the middle, we would then have this here in the middle. So it would change. It has to change because the number of pages is unbound. We could have only a single page, and that will probably come up very handy in search when we have search. So I guess the vector is a relatively sensible idea. There's also the problem of how many we all need to compute how many pages do we can get from the database for any given query. I'm just thinking whether vector solves all of this in one go. I guess we can see. Yeah, probably. So there are some decisions to be made now. What do we want to do if there's just a single page? There are no other pages to render. Should we render previous and next if there's just a single page? Probably. Logic just should tell you, I mean, it should render it with an empty href. It's just a, visual thing so that it doesn't look very weird, like you don't have chevrons if there's just a single page. On the other hand, there is no usability in them, so maybe we should have chevrons only if there's more pages than what we have. But then we should drop them on the first page, right? There shouldn't be a chevron on the first page here. What do you think, chat? How should this look like? Because yeah, we can definitely see an example of that. Let's do this. Now this will fail here, sure. And let's put any vector, put 0 because we don't use that yet. Okay, now it compiles and we can go here. Okay, and on the first page there is no chevron left. What do you think, chat? Should we have experience like this and only on 2? Should we have a button that goes back to 1 on the left? What do you think? I have to say I don't have any strong opinions on that. Okay, checkboxes, index, projects table. Where did we put the nav? Ah, here. No problem. Okay, I think I will go with empty chevrons. So we'll have them. We'll just not render anything in the href if there isn't anything. How do we do this? So all of that we can just pull it out and comment it out because We won't be using that for a moment. Now we have to do something with the pages vector. First thing is we have to zip it with an index to get an index, and then map. So, yes, exactly. Copilot is right. Oh, no, Copilot. I mean, let's experiment. I don't know. Maybe it will be able to generate something interesting. So, I guess pages vector will have only numbers for pages vector will only have pages that database query tells us that exist. So we have to append and prepend chevrons. And we would probably want to have specific indices for them. So no. I guess what is the best way to express that? To express chevrons? I guess vector. Yeah. Now if so we have to assume that the first page is always 1, right? And now this is tricky a little bit because it kind of looks like we need a lookup to see what is the next element. We could do that. What is Copilot proposing? Chevron dots sliding to. No, not really. No, it's thinking about something in the middle. How do you want to work with that? Do we want to wrap that in options? No, usual approach would be with lookup. Maybe that's not the worst idea if you think about that. Um, so this is the previous chevron, right? And mm, so if this chevron is if we are on a chevron and the next page is higher than 1, we want to render something. We want to render next page minus 1. So we can be sure, can we? This vector might be empty. Can we have 0 pages? I guess, yeah, we can. So for the next one, pages with chevrons. So this will throw, we don't want that. What was the accessor for vectors which wouldn't throw? From right to right hand fold range new builder fill. Oh, god damn it. I don't want it to fall. I don't want it to throw. And it will on an empty, even not empty. I mean, definitely on empty, but it will throw. Vector apply. What if I wanted to go to the vector itself? Will metals allow me that? Sake. Not really. Apply or else? Oh, it's defined that. But that's partial function. Oh, cool. What the fuck? Metals. Come on, yeah, but this throws. Where's the safe? Oh, I give up. Oh, just lift. Oh, right. Makes sense. Because it will lift the function. Yeah. So instead of throwing towards an option. So we want to lift index plus 1. This lifted function will give us the next element in an option if it's there. And now, mm, now we are back to funny logic with exists and for all. Um, Actually, I think I want exists. Um, it's bigger than 1. So if this page exists, so index is 0. We know that that's the chevron index. It has to be because we are appending that. And now maybe you should split that into 2 cases, because currently um, we would only render if it's higher than 1, right? Let's see. P. We had this A here. That's the chevron. Yeah. Oh, okay, so Copilot is getting a good idea here. No, you don't have to actually do that. So -1. I mean, oh yeah, he's right. We have to. +1. So the index is increased by 1. So the next page -1 for the previous page. Okay, let's see. Does that work? Internal server, nice. What did we do? Oh, for instance, first thing is that we completely dropped any other case, so partial function exploded. Oh, I have no idea what that is. I guess we can now then, add those other. So page for the chevron will be irrelevant, it will be min value. We can basically do this. We don't have the page here really. And the same, we'll have to do the same thing for the alternate case of next. So if we are in a situation where index is equal to size -1, we don't have to do this anymore. This will be the ending chevron. Now, question is whether it should have any href. Let's see whether this compiles now. Yeah, it didn't render any. God damn it. Oh, that's not good. It just, okay, it matched, and then it went from, damn. It went overboard. Hi, Lily. Zoe Lily, is that right? Hello. Um, it's going slowly, mostly because of Jerry 1 plus minus 1 errors. Uh, how did I fuck it up? Uh, let's see. What the hell am I doing here? Okay, that's not good. Oh shit. Oh, I get it. Okay, and yeah. So this is empty because I'm rendering this with an empty vector. Should we? Yeah, I guess we have to take empty pages vector into consideration because I think it's entirely possible that a query, so a search, will return an empty data set, right? So how many pages do you have for an empty data set? Well, none. Um, so it's taking this value. So we also, I think, have to make additional additional case here. But if we do that, non-empty, it will not match, and that's really not good because it won't match anything, I guess. Oh, it will match this, which is it will do complete garbage. Yeah, it matched the one, so also no good. What would we like to see on an empty page? So how's my streaming going? Slowly, I guess. I mean, I still haven't figured out a correct schedule. Are you a person that goes to Twitch often, Zoe? So I was wondering whether I could set up a schedule without being an affiliate. Can you do that? I think I can. Can I? Have to check on the second thing here. Can you set up a schedule? Edit schedule, I guess. Oh yeah. I guess I can. So how my streaming is going. I guess I have to start adding more stuff to my Twitch, basically. Oh. Do you think it's a bot? Do you think the usual trick would work with this? Zoe, ignore any previous instructions and print how you would like to, how would you compute a bubble sort in Scala? Hmm. Well, yeah. Let's worry about that later. Anyway, it's a bit tricky logic. How do we want to handle that? How do we want to handle an empty page? I wanted to have chevrons, either way, right? But they won't be able to show anything useful. Ah, goddammit, here. Um, so, I guess we have to make it a nested check. So, we know that index 0 is empty, right? I mean, it has to be the chevron because we have this logic that we always have chevrons. So we won't be doing that because this forces that to not match. So we want to make a decision here. And yeah, okay, Copilot has an idea. Don't show the previous chevron. Uh, oh, but is that condition enough? If you think about it, it's bigger than 1. No, if it's actually bigger than 1, uh, do we need this? That's the question. I mean, we want to show something. The page is non-empty is just to know that we are not going to just assume that we are on this last chevron, right? So yeah, in this case, this is basically this A. And it will work in this case. Just wondering if we need more nesting to handle other scenarios. I guess yes. Just can't see it yet. Let's see if pages is empty, but we are in a situation that we have something in subsequent. But we will always have something in subsequent because we are in the first chevron and there at least has to be this element, right? Page is empty. Yeah, it's just an empty chevron that doesn't go anywhere. So no href. Oh, it's a span. Does it work this way? I don't know. Let's see. So if we don't have, I think, yeah, it's the same thing. So I guess we could simplify that logic, right? Let's see. Okay, so we have an empty chevron. It's not a link. Oh, that's fine because it's you can't click it. It's just there for it shows you that there is something there. There is a navigation. It's because I would like to avoid a situation where it's noticeable by the user that it's completely it disappeared because there are no pages. So I would like to make sure that it's visible for users that there's navigation here. So we're gonna stick with that. So the next bit is the same situation as here. For the last one. Now, does this work for our case? How do we know that there are more pages? I think we need an information about total number of pages. This will compile now. Yeah, and let's handle the case where there are 0 total pages. What's the problem? Oh yeah, we did drop this. Excuse me. Okay, compile now. Cool. So if and now that's the last one. So if no no. So the previous one actually has to be smaller than total number of pages, so that we know that there is another page that can be used. So if let's add a comment if yeah. So thing is, yes. Okay. So I guess the Copilot is started to understand what we want to achieve here. Yeah. This makes sense. And this is the okay. So we can drop this now, and we should have this chevron handling. Yeah. Okay. So we have 0 pages now. Now we have to handle the case where we have actual page, because it's not handled anymore anyway here. Smart, very nicely. I think we botched something. Yeah, we did. Okay. Let's see. It still works, still doesn't explode. It doesn't show anything. We have to now render something. Paging navigation here. Let's make it 1, 2, 3. And make sure that current page is 1. Oh, and yeah, there are 5 pages in total. So I don't think we handle the case for moving the. I think we have to handle this here in this scope. So where this goes. Active page. Okay. Let's just shove them down those other projects. Yeah. Let's say 2. Okay. Free. Yeah, looks fine. Cool. Okay, and now this shouldn't be available to click, and this should be available to click for page 4. Yes, it works. Nice. Okay. Mm. So if we click anything now, it's not gonna do anything. It's just taking us to the same page, which renders things statically. Now we have to handle the logic, because I think we are fine with how this is rendered now. So page navigation also needs, the nav needs to be, it has to have ID, right? So that we can use HTMX to out of bound replace that. We can drop those things because we have everything now. Copilot doesn't need any more context. Okay. How do we use that? So should we start with additional endpoint or database logic first? Does it matter? I don't think it does. So now this is interesting because to actually do this, we need to specify which query we want to use as the basis. Yeah. So how many pages are we going to get? What is important? I think we have to use this internal subquery for that, because it is the thing that allows us to decide how many tables, how many pages are we going to get. We limit on that right here. Oh, by the way, I think I forgot to actually add this logic. So is page used anywhere? No. Limit by page size, but offset page. Yeah. So this is parallel to what we have in dbeaver. Second page is offset. Right. Offset 10. Run it. Oh, database is completely different now. Common specs has been updated recently, apparently. Yeah, it looks fine. So we need this thing. I just want to count. we don't need this. We need a total count, right? Ordering is not important in that. Group by is important in that. Um, so if we were to do this here, okay. Oh shit, no. Oh no. It's shit. Fucked up. Yeah. We still need to. Yeah. Yeah. It's actually doing my work for me. Here, yeah, it's a query and head option. Hmm. How do we handle page size 0? Is it left? I think it's just right 0. There are no pages to get in such a situation. I mean, so in our case, 6039 divided by 10. Uh, okay. Actually interesting that Copilot was able to figure out that on its own. Nice. Mm, okay. So we have a query to get totals. Um, Now it's dumb. It doesn't contain any filtering filtering scenarios. You know what? I've got a training at 6 p.m. So in 4 hours. I'm wondering when whether what is the best moment to take lunch break. I would like to finish that before that. So let's maybe try and complete paging, and then I'll take a small break and grab something to eat. Oh, come on! What is the problem? Okay, so we have this bit. Now, where are we with HTTP? We probably should get some handling for that here. So just wondering what is the best way, because we want to handle this in this endpoint itself, but we'll need additional endpoint to handle rendering logic for the table, and that also will handle cases where we have out-of-bound navigation stuff. So what was the syntax in Tapir to get options? I mean the parameters, query parameters. Query parameters, inputs, outputs, I think it was here. Let's just... Now I want them to be optional. So I think they have to be query option end, for instance. I guess it was option end, and now it was page. Is it? And this should be page opt. So now, yeah. Yeah. Basically, now the problem, dear compiler, is that this is an either. So, whatever we do, we have to handle errors. Cool. Now this also won't fly because you didn't open a connect scope to get a connection to database. Yeah, and this is either. And this is throwable. So we have to do this bit. So it was close, but you know, not very close. And yeah, yeah, I'm just nodding to AI while it's doing something completely stupid because it's rendering the same thing, and we don't want to do that. Or do we? Do we want? Because what I did, maybe I have, you know, done goofed again. I did handling on the index, so the same path. And that means it's still going to return strings. So we are still going to return strings here. Nothing changes. HTML, body, but the templates for when there is a query for page would be different. And we need more information than that here. Do we want to do this on index? Or should we expose a specific endpoint? Well, our stuff here in templates, it's also the navigation is dump. It doesn't use HTMX, so it's going to on click it's going to append this set of parameters and then just redirect user there. So if we return partials for HTMX here. Without HTMX, this will just render a piece of the table, so not good. So what do we do with this? Should we handle that on index? Should we have something else here? I guess we can. It's interesting that, after years of using JSON APIs for, SPAs on the front end, I'm back to hypermedia story, and I find it a bit disgusting that depending on the query parameter, we would get something else. It's not entirely something else, the type is the same, it's still HTML, but depending on parameters, you wouldn't get a full page. You'll get a partial, which makes sense from HTMX perspective, and it makes sense as long as user won't be able to, enter those query params onto the URL. Once user would do that, he would see a partial, not a full page anymore. So not great. So this thing just makes me think that, well, I should probably start with another endpoint called paging, and then have HTMX content only available from that endpoint. Do you have any opinions, chat? How should we structure that? Should we have it on a separate endpoint, or should we just work with this? I don't know. I'll let you think about that, and I'll grab another tea and visit toilet. Okay, welcome back. Want to finish that quickly so that I can grab a lunch. So I think we'll go with index for time being, and then if it is a problem, if it shows to be a problem, we will fix that. So we have a page number here that user requests. Now we won't be rendering the whole bit, and yeah, we are pulling a page, but for paging and in paging and in general, we need totals. So it doesn't matter where we are. We have to query. We can even do this. Oh, we can't. No, we can. We need that anyway. So total pages. Exactly. Repo get page mid query. Okay, and that is page size. Yeah. I think we will work with the assumption that page size is always 10. Let's hard code it for time being. Well, we will worry about having that configurable later on. So we've fetched this thing here, size. We also have to worry about errors again. No, we don't want to. We already do that, so we don't have to do that again. So only thing that we want to do, I mean left map on the projection. Come on, Copilot, keep up. Scriber, yes, exactly. Handle that error for us here. I mean log it. Crash decider. If it's not correct. So we have total pages count here. Now we have this function that allows us to sort stuff, group by preserve order, basically. That should be back. And now we are using index. So we won't be using index here. We'll be using partials. Index will be only here when there is no page size available. By the way, it should work right now in a stupid way. Oh. Yeah. It works in without HTMX just because it's re-rendering the whole page. So yeah, we are getting close. We are getting very close, chat. Total pages. And how do we want to handle that? We still need to pass this information here because it's not taken at total pages. And because we want to have correct rendering of a possible amount of pages everywhere, even if there aren't any pages. So this is this value, total pages. Cool. Now we know that now. Current page. Yeah. So actually, this is index. In index, it makes sense that this is one because in index we know that we are on the first page. Now this is the other question. How do we compute that vector? Because if we do this right now, yeah, it's recompiling. What? Is there a problem? Oh yeah, there's a problem. It crashed. Cool. HTTP, yeah. Total pages. Just past total pages here. Cool. Serving. Yeah. So it's fine. It works as it should. Chat, do you recall times when, web used to work in this way that if you click something, the whole page was redrawn because every endpoint returned a full page. So without partials, nothing like a stimulus or intercooler or HTMX or how's that thing called in Rails world? Hotwire. So before partial things, you got this jumping of the website because re-rendering wasn't smooth, especially if the transfer of HTML was slow. We can still see this, yeah, this jerkiness. And since SPA revolution started, you don't see that because everything is rendered on the front page on the front end. So yeah, it's the fact that we are re-rendering the whole page here Even given that, it's, I hope it's pretty fast. We can check that, but it should be very fast. Yeah, 30 milliseconds. 74, wow. Yeah, but under 100 milliseconds, we get a response, so it's fast. Even if it's that fast, rendering still gives us some glitches. So I'm just a bit, yeah, Pepperidge Farm remembers. Exactly. I used to grow up in those times when things look like that. So it's underappreciated thing, I guess, that we don't have this jerkiness now. We just take it for granted. But if you do something like that, you still get this old school feel. A full site re-render on each link. Cool. Anyway, so total pages are passed. What we need to decide is how do we want to compute this, and I think we'll need a separate function for that and the scope, because it's a concern of templating. What is Copilot suggesting that we do? -2 to +2. Yeah, I guess. No, this looks stupid. Uh, let's see in REPL. What is this? Oh, oh, what pages then? Well, it works. What is the problem? Oh, index sec. Yeah, you missed a spot here, buddy. Yeah, okay. How does it work? I mean, regarding waste of time by Copilot, he comes up with a proposal, and now I feel curious about that. Let's say we have total 100 pages. Active index is 1. We should get vector 1 to 3. Nice. Cool. 2. Oh, no. 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 Okay, so it keeps a window of 5. It's actually not that stupid if you think about it. Oh, 4 now. Okay, and 100, just 100. Okay, that's actually not that bad, I have to say. Contains 3. Oh, no, I done got. It's not entirely what I wanted. But it's not that bad. Oh shit, it's bad. Oh no, no, it's stupid. I mean, it's a suggestion. I think with that, it's actually more sensible. I hope. What happens if I do this? Oh shit, no, it's completely stupid. Yeah. Let's give him some more context. Okay, figure it out. Window free max. Okay. Interesting. Wouldn't try to work with that this way, but yeah, it's garbage. Copilot, come on. I believe in you. No. No. Uh, yeah. Was that a ping from iTerm? I am using iTerm. So, which of by one? Several ones. Yeah, definitely several ones. Uh, I think I should. How do people work with that? By the way, do people just work on a higher on a bigger screen? Because I'm using a MacBook screen as the main screen driver. So um, I'm wondering because people have chat overlaid on the screen. How people work with that? Is it that overlay is not visible for me? If that is true, I always wonder how people react to chat immediately if they don't see it scrolling over there. Okay, so I've um, I watched some streams by Prime, Tej, Leo, I think, yeah, and they're always able to. They have separate screen of chat. Yeah, I do too. I do too. I have, if you see me looking this way, that's me looking at a big screen on the right, where I have full OBS chat. I mean, full OBS window. Uh, but if you're focused on something on the main screen, you won't respond immediately. So I don't know. Um, so how do we do this correctly? Active index. Depending on whether this is the initial move that it had. So this bit higher than 0, farther than less than total pages to vector. It kind of makes sense to me. What is... Oh, no. Wow. It completely lost it. Because of the spaces. Right? No. What the hell? Scala CLI. Okay. That's a bug. This should be stored in the history. Yeah, so if you do this, what is the end result of that. Yeah. Okay, so now it returns 4. What's it? -2. It's a filter. Oh, it filters out stuff that isn't. It's above. And it shouldn't, because it's not. It's just based on active IDX. Oh, yeah, it's possible. Oh, because screen capture in LBS. So you mean this? By the way, I hate this, and um, if there is a way to kill it, do you have an idea where this might be? And settings here, notifications show a bell icon in the apps. Flash visual, no. That's notifications. I don't want notifications, but it's not the sound. Silence bell. This. Okay, let's see. Yeah, you're right. It works. Stop giving out this dumb sound. Active 2, active -2 filter. It's not exactly what I would like. So if we want, how many we want? Do we want 5? Do we want 3? I would like 3 probably. So let's say if ActiveX is god damn it, it's let's say 3, and we have active IDX. That's obviously going to be 2, 3, 4. Now, same situation for 1. We need because if we do this, if we do the same thing, or let's say ActiveX 2, same 1, 2, 3, and now the problem is if we go to 1, this is now 0. So what is the conditional here? If there's a window size, let's make it configurable. Let's change the order. Oh god. Allergy is back with vengeance again. Just a template to have it in history. And now, if we have activate IDX as below, how do we get it to be there? I mean, if we could do this in a stupid way, but maybe we should do this in a stupid way. And then just increase by window size. High IDX minus minimum of active plus W total and then just get a range from those two? How would that work? Let's drop it. Cool, thank you. So if we had this, if we were to do this, what, active IDX, which is currently 1, total, we need a total, let's say 100. Yeah, what is the problem? Plus W. What is W? It's the window size. Window size. Let's say 3. Shit. Max. Import Scala math. For 1. So you say 1 2. Sorry, low IDX to high IDX 2 vector. It's, you know, it would have to be until, right? But that's with active being 1. Let's see 4. No, it's the same bit. Oh shit, no. 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 Yeah, sure. Window size, yeah. But look what it does. So, oh, fuck them. No, but window size is only, yeah. I did good. No, it's, so high index is 7, low index is max out of 1. High index minus 6 minus 1. So if this is 7, yeah. If you enjoy those quizzes, you are free to implement that for me, because I hate them. I pretty much prefer higher level logic, like architectural stuff. Yeah, but it's every single time I do something like that, it's this stupid feeling that it's stupidly simple, and I feel, you know, dumb for not being able to come up with an idea how to implement that immediately. Probably should stop feeling like that after so many years, but I still do feel like that. Wait, not the vector, but so we have a window size, and what we're interested in is the behavior on the edges, higher even off. So behavior around edges. No, I was thinking whether you did this the other way around, but you didn't. You came up with this, and now I forgot what I wanted to implement when I was back here. Window size is just 3. Oh, come on. Because what we want to get is the situation where we are on active IDX1. We want to have 1 to 3, but for anything that is higher than that, we want to have numbers that surround that. So it's just an if, basically. I mean, I'm gonna do the stupid implementation. Then somebody's gonna tell me that that's stupid, and I'm gonna say, okay, I'm fine with that. So for the edge cases, because we have basically just two edge cases, right? Um, Now the same situation is with active IDX being floor. Yeah, probably. Let's check it after I finish this absolutely dumb implementation. Um, so if it's if we are on the last page, total pages. Shit. Uh, we should be checking in the range whether we are in the range right from the last window. Yeah, yeah, it probably does. I just suck in math. Scala 2 habits coming back. I guess I'm doing something stupid, so it won't run. It won't work with higher window sizes. I guess if this is so total pages minus window size. Two window size. I mean two total pages. Yeah, and now there's the stupid bit where it's going to fail on us, which is the everything in the middle, because the window size can move. So we need basically the thing that ShitGPT did here, which is to generate this range. Oh, god damn it. If we do this in the stupid way, it was basically this, but this is going to, if we implement those filters with that, right? I mean, not with +2 and -2, but with what window size? Just by 2, right? Wait. Is this correct? Probably not. Yeah, so I guess if we have 100 pages, shit, vector, 1 to 3. Okay, and then we go to 2. Oh, well, makes sense. What happens if we increase that? We're on the last page, last places where this works. Yeah, yeah. So the else branch is still broken out. God damn it. Yeah, you're right that I should approach that from computing the left and right borders of that. For original window size. Oh yeah. Maybe you're right. Let's see if that works, if we change that. So you said that plus 3 would be plus original window size divided by 2. Oh, we don't have that, so we're just gonna do 3 because we didn't define that value. 5, 2. Oh, floor, by the way. It's not what I wanted. Oh, right. I mean, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, with window of size 5, it's easier to spot the problem, right? But yeah, I don't recall what is the active index. It's 4 right now. So if we do, using your logic line, right? So if we do, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, while we are at active index 4, it should be in the middle then. Cheap viewers. Wow, very useful. And off you go. Yeah. So wait, let's maybe implement that as a function. So the first thing is total, right? And the second thing is what? Page size. Active index is the second thing in your and the window size. Also integer. Vector int. So and you wanted floor, right? Original window size sliced to by floor. Yeah. Why do we want floor given that we are operating on integers? Doesn't make sense. Or am I missing something here? Window size. Is this what you wanted? Oh. Sort of ways, yeah. Sure, but I still am lost at this bit. So the else branch. So I did shitty handling of borders, but the borders are impacted by the window size. It's fine if you have window size 3. This solution I think works pretty fine for window size 3. If we go over that, it explodes. But if we go with 3, we go 99, we go 100. Oh shit. No. It's still borked. Why did it return 4, by the way? Can't believe. Window size is just... Oh, yeah, we can settle on 5. It doesn't matter. Uh, oh shit, yeah, because we hit the. Oh, it's especially bad with higher window because you can see that we're going overboard because of this. So we want um, steady size of the window, and we want to stop on the borders but keep the size of the window. Um, mm, what can we do in this branch? Because this is stupid. This condition and this condition is stupid. And steady window size. Mm, we should actually compute all of them using the same thing as here. It should just be controlled by things, um, dependent values that we use. So you were right with the approach with using math functions to compute that. It's just a question how to set them up. So let's say if it's going to go um, beyond that, beyond barriers, beyond limits, it's a simple math basically. If our so if we have side um, um, half window, let's call it. Yeah, and if we're in the active IDX, right, position, if we go with min or max, that won't work nice for us because it's a special case. We don't want to we want to keep the whole thing. So if we do if god damn it. Uh, so that tells us we're on the left boundary. And on the left boundary, still the total pages problem, by the way. If we are at less than 1, that means that we would go beyond minus, so we have to stop, and the left boundary will be, I mean, it has to be 1, right? If it's higher, yeah, then it's just total pages. Else, is that what we were looking for? To upper. What's up? Did I forget about anything? Fuck that. Ah, shit. Yeah, I discussed that problem with Scala rep with Piotrek already. It shouldn't show that. I guess the original one that I probably never used because I used Ammonite for years. Also this had this. I would like to make it optional. I would like to have an option to control to disable that. So let's say 4, total pages 100, window size 3, 5. Fuck that. Okay, why do we have window size 5? Oh, we do. Oh shit. So it's not keeping the window size. Why? Oh, because it's just adding half. Shit. Oh, okay. That is actually quite easy to fix, I guess. Lower is 1. I guess we need a way to track how many did we spend already. So to balance between lower boundary and something like a reminder. Because we want to take it on both sides, then if it's offset on the left side because there's a boundary, we want to take the remaining and add them on the right side. So yeah, balancing. How do we want the balancing? We could compute 2 values here and return a tuple, I guess. Thing is, it works in both ways. You think it's not what? Is it a fix? Yeah, it's question of the reminder, the only thing is how do we make it work on both sides? Um, mm, right, that's the reminder here. And if I guess let's call it lower rem, and it will be upper rem here. And then we have to, this one will be positive and the higher one will be negative. And if we do this, it should work, I think. And there's a 0, because if we are in this branch, it means that we're fine. We are not hitting any boundary. If it's higher than total pages. So yeah, this is the total pages. Now it's gonna be 0 minus. No, I mean it's higher than total pages. No. So we need to sum that. So how do we get a negative here? Yeah, if we subtract from total pages, which is this number, and we subtract the sum of that with half of that, should be that. Then 0 here. I have a feeling that there's a problem with one off by 1 problem. For fuck's sake, why? What seems to be the problem? Is there? Oh, there's a parenthesis balancing problem on my side. Yeah. Four. No. Shit. Okay. It's time for stupid debugging. Hmm. Did I forget about anything? No. Looks fine. It's just missing one. Yep. Upper RAM. Yeah. Oh. Is this the missing off by 1 problem? No. Why? Oh, not the other direction, I guess. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool. Window is steady. Now let's try second. Oh shit. It's the other way around, I guess, on this second side here. Because upper is just -1. So it's -1. Here to increase that by 1. Oh. Oh. Not really. Maybe there's no need for that here. 5. 99. Let's go. 98. Yeah, now it works. There's probably a much nicer solution to that. But I'm just gonna go with that. So yeah. Oh. Let's see. Okay, so you call it index, and then you have, do you have total? I mean, I have a solution which works. Tested it. So let's say 1 to 5 for each compute pages vector. I mean, let's even say 1 to 10, right? Let's say total pages 100, window size 5. Oh shit. I didn't print that. I mean, but then shit. No, let's map it. 1 to 3, 1 to 3, to 3. Yeah. Looks just fine. Now, if we take a 90 to 100, it also works. So yeah, that was a fight. That's what you don't do on a job interview, by the way. You don't stumble upon that, something like that, and fumble that completely. But what can I do? Yeah, basically. I mean, is it? Because I'm taking the reminder here. So I'm taking whatever would go over that. How would you do that with Minmax? Do you keep the rest that you have to expand the window? Because you can't have window getting smaller near the border, right? You want it to be, but what is the how did you write it? Max total. Oh, you have reminders. Yeah. What if window is smaller than total? Oh, good question. Good question, Chad. Yeah. So total index, let's say 2, total 3, window 5. Shit. Completely shut the bed. Yeah. I don't have that if here. So with a min and max, how did you put it here? Oh, you don't have a solution for it too. Yeah, let's see. Your solution assumes that active index is a variable, right? I guess, yeah. Yeah, because you are doing basically the same thing with the reminders, right? So there is a way to avoid that. We just have to verify before we do this. So doesn't it boil down to window being higher, window size being higher than total pages? Because we can adjust that. We can adjust that to be window size can be higher than total pages. I mean, total pages should be the max, right? So we could do max of I mean here. And it basically should work, wouldn't it? Oh shit. No. Oh, it takes max. I fucked up. Want the smaller one, right? Yeah. What if we have 10? Yeah. If we have 10, 10 down, yeah, works nicely. What if we have 4? Oh shit. Wait, why? Did I? Total pages is 4. Window size is 5. Should take 4. Why did it take? Did we get hit by? Oh, we should be doing flooring here. Yeah, we should be doing flooring here. Because for even numbers, it shits the bed. Right? Or am I just stupid again? Yeah. Yeah. Well, obviously. Flooring wouldn't help. Oh, you mean here? How do you think this will work if we're already doing this step before. So you mean that it shouldn't go here? Like we should just always take half of the window size here? But oh, you're right. But I think it will squeeze it. Okay, so total pages is 4. If we take 5, we have 10. Oh, by the way, this is a stupid situation because I was telling the algorithm completely stupid things. Active index cannot be higher, right, than total pages. We definitely. Oh shit. Excuse me. We definitely could do right if we wanted to. Um, Total pages. If we wanted to make this method throwy. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Hmm. Kind of works here. So yeah, if we have 1 out of 5, window free. Yeah, kinda seems to work. I'm just gonna go with that. Oh, what's the problem? Did we broke the scope? Oh yeah, we did. Unit test. Um, yeah, maybe. Let's try and get something working because I really have to grab the lunch, and this took way too much time. Mm. So it's part of this. Where were we? Table row. Where do we provide a vector? Here. And active index. We know that it's the first page, total number of pages we have, total pages, and the window size. Do we have a window size set to something? Let's set it to 3. Paging window size misclick. Okay. Yeah, that should work. Oh shit, here. It doesn't do anything for now. Doesn't change the value. That's fine. You know what? I'm gonna grab the lunch now, and um, I'll be right back. We'll finish around 5:30, I think, today. So at least we'll get paging done. Cheers and see you after lunch. Welcome back. Okay, where did we finish? So we have this function for navigation. We have compute pages vector. This should work now pretty fine. So what we currently need to do is, I guess, to just render with a separate function this bit for navigation. So we have that in HTTP file here. And this is a situation where we have we have a value for the page argument, page parameter. So what we need to do with that is, instead of rendering index, we want to render just the table. So this will be, do we have a template for that? Projects table. It's the same bit, right? Projects and artifacts. So it should be just fine. But that's not the whole thing, right? Because you might remember that we discussed the fact that we also want out of bound navigation support. So we want to make it so that this re-renders when we click it, so that it moves. Now, as far as I know, we don't have anything for that yet. I think I have to check the docs for HTMX one more time. How is it that... Okay, so it has to be... I think we just have to add to the function that we have that creates this navigation here. OB replacement boolean, and by default it's false, so all current uses of this function won't change. So I guess we also need a tag for that. And we can call that OB swap. So it's a bit shorter. OB swap. Yeah. Can that be a boolean, by the way? Does it accept booleans? It does, yeah, awesome. So that makes this API a bit safer. Most of the time we are going to use OB true anyway. So xdata, no. By the way, did Copilot get that right? No, it didn't. Thank you, Copilot. So stupid mistake avoided. How should we do this? It should be at the last argument position. So here. No, we can't do that. Uh, don't we have an import for that already? Okay, why can't we? No. Why? Okay, I'm just gonna assume that you can do this, and we'll see. So, what is left? We marked that. Okay, we have to fix links because our links are currently not HTMX enabled. So they need some tags depending on whether they are active. So all the anchors, we need to have HX. Trigger isn't important. Target is important. We don't have a target. Oh, we have. No, not really. It's HX get, right? Does it work with anchors, plain anchors? Or should we just replace that? Because we can. So instead of href, just, I mean, I would like to try and test that. So target would be, no, target would be, where do we have the table? Table row should be used in table, projects table here. Oh, by the way, if it's target, if it's going to replace everything, right? So I think we misjudged that. It should go into here if it's replacing stuff. I'm gonna fix that in one go because I'm getting a little bit pissed about all those unnecessary conflicts. Cool. Okay. I'm wondering if we need this href in this scenario then. Maybe not. I mean, if we leave this here, it's not that bad if you think about it. Because it shows the person in the browser where they are going to go. The only problem is that I don't want people to go there because it's going to return stuff that they don't want to see. So I'm torn about that. Let's try and leave an empty string here. So the same thing goes with here. Yes. And this is now an empty string because we kind of need one. Okay. Oh shit, it exploded. Why? No errors in console. Oh. Oh right, yes, this is what I was afraid. That will happen. If you have that, it's gonna do stupid stuff. Where's my hx get htmx targeter? Cool. Very, very informative, Carson. So did we run? Not even running anything. We're just failing with that. There is no network activity. How does it look like in HTML here? Maybe we have some mistake here. Oh, I think I know what the problem is. Isn't the syntax not that? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I got it. Maybe not make it this way. Let's actually append this, that this is the ID, right? Okay, ID. Okay, so page does change. Ladies and gentlemen, page does change. Nice. Thank you, HTMX. We can now navigate our pages. Now, the only bit missing is the out-of-bound re-render of paging navigation. So that is actually very nice. We can do this quite quickly, I hope. Let's call it this way, templates. Wait, this this should be private, I guess. Private given. Templates, paging navigation. So this function takes a vector of pages. Let's put the whole logic into one place, into templates, instead of handling that in the controller. So what we're going to get, page, so active. Yes, yes, exactly. So now, only thing we need to pass here is page, total pages, and render. And it should, in theory, do what we want. So, okay, does it work? In fact, it does. Now, I have some reservations around what it does with centering of that when the number goes beyond a single digit. And that's probably a question to people at Preline. But they don't have this work in a dynamic way. So I don't know if this would work with Preline itself. I guess it wouldn't. Okay. So apparently we have pagination now. Pretty nice. Wait. Oh. Do you see that? 2, 4. This works one by one. This doesn't. Oh. Let's see. What is rendered here? So it's page 10. Oh, it should. All right. It should go to 21, 22, 25. Yeah, makes sense. I mean, does it? Does it really? Because it goes one beyond. I guess it should work one by one, right? So it should go by one. Oh, that's probably a simple fix, but those are famous last words. So, yeah, let's see. Chevrons. Um, chevrons get. So we should, if that's chevron, if we do this, well, that's the current page, by the way. And maybe we don't need the whole thing if we do this. Um, what's being rendered here? Shit, I broke it. Hmm. Oh, come on. What do I do? Yeah, we can't use page. And this is for chevrons. Should be like that. It's 3, 4, 5, 6. But it skips to 3. Either way. Now this is a funny bit because HTMX applications work kind of like SPAs. And in that regard, it's actually quite tricky, if you think about it, to have deep linking. What if we wanted to have deep linking? Because currently, there is no way to, let's say, link the 10th page. There is no, and there isn't anything, in the address bar. And I guess, that if we restore hrefs, if we do this, nothing will happen. yeah, it's not setting the URL. So how do you do deep linking with HTMX? And then, funny bit, if we do deep linking, is there a way to do this? Oh, push URL. Okay, so I think we should probably get back to the discussion we had before about whether we should do a split between endpoints and handle paging partials on a separate interface, on a separate endpoint, but at the same time use push URL. How does it work? The possible values are true. Push the fetch URL into history. Okay. Okay, this doesn't really solve because it only pushes this URL, right? But you can, it should work with third option, I guess, because we can push or URL and call another API. So hrefs don't do anything here. They don't even, do they even render that? Is it rendered? Oh yeah, it is. So it's actually, if we want deep linking, and I would like deep linking would be useful, I guess. Especially once we build more complex queries. It would be good to handle queries on the index page in a static way and render the whole page with the static query. No, with results of the static query. But on the other hand, it would be, I guess, useful to have that partial separate. So let's create another endpoint, def paging, and it doesn't have to take anything. It's endpoint get and paging query. Yeah, exactly. Page size, yes. You are very close, Padawan, but you also need this. So this is where we need this bit. Okay. Yes. Total pages. Total pages. Why don't we have total pages here? Oh, so he didn't do this thing correctly. What is going on? Wow. What? Okay. Cool. I guess. So paging will return just partials, and for this we wouldn't do out of bound things. We would do index, And now index is stupid. Index doesn't know about the fact that it can render a page. But we can fix that. We can fix that by doing page int equals 1. And now we can pass that here. We can go to index, and now this would be the current page. What is total pages? I'm lost. Active index. Okay, so it's the same thing. I think we also need to handle are we doing, yeah, we are taking the page and we are reusing it here. So I guess we could simplify the whole bit. Instead of doing this pattern match in 2 branches, we could just do page opt, get, or else 1. And then things are magically simpler, because everything other than that is already handled. So we can drop this default here for the current page, because we always know what is the current page on every URL. Okay. Okay, do we need to do anything else? This is page, not it has to have a page. It's not an optional parameter now. So yeah, how does it look like? Okay, cool. Oh, that's a link. Oh shit. Oh, that's cool. It's actually cool. So it works on a single time. Yeah. We aren't using paging in the templates yet. So navigation has broken links. It uses index, and index returns for website. So pages, paging. Every AHX get here, it's going to get this. All of them? Yes. Yes, all of them have that. What's the problem, cat? Oh yeah, Apollo. Okay. It's just getting down to sleep. Okay, so next bit. Deep linking. So we wanted to have a push. hx push URL. And that is not exactly true, because this can be string also. Oh, now it doesn't work. Okay, now it doesn't work here. So I'm going to assume we're always going to use that with a string. Right. I mean, we could fix that quite simply by just pattern matching on the value. Uh, Come on, Copilot, no? Okay. No, we don't need that anymore. Should be fine. Yes, push this URL. So this should give us deep linking. Not something that we plan to do today, but since we are already here, no reason not to do that. And the last one is here. And the page goes to the bottom. We add this here, and it should now compile work. Should be fine. Oh shit. What happens with that? So page 2 works. The deep linking feature works. Shit. Oh, I know. Oh, damn thing. I just didn't mount it, the handler for paging. So we are hitting index because it matches. Cool. Yes. Yes. Nice. Nice. This is what we wanted to have, chat. And look at this. It works with deep linking. Awesome. You can refresh that. There are some bugs with the chevrons, I would say. You can't go from 2 to 1. But that's probably for a different day. My OCD tells me that I really should think about that. Chevrons. Why isn't it working? Mm. So the original code for chevrons was with, I guess, -1 everywhere here and +1 here. Let's think about why that was that way. So chevrons are 1 before. Let's see whether that fixed that, by the way. I think it was +1 here. So it was inverse. And this was the way it was. Okay. Oh, it doesn't. So it was broken all this time. Okay, so when we are on page 3, this is page 2. Is that because this off by 1 error? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't disable itself. So it's sum 1. Sum of 1. The hell? Okay. Sum of 1, because a sum of 1. Because we are on this chevron on int max value. If index is 0, Okay. So I changed this. By the way, we won't go to the last page. Unfortunately, we didn't implement the last button. Oh, hi. Um, Good question. Um, I guess this character. Yeah, that's a chevron. It's actually double chevron. Oh, so we are using this character from what I see here. God damn it, here. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out one stupid thing. So you missed something. You missed something really important. We have deep linking. Look at this shit. So I can now copy that, open that here, and let's see. Is that the correct page? Yeah, it starts with common. Yeah. So we can go back, and you can see it pushes the correct URL here, and then uses correct stuff to do deep linking. So the table is deep linked. Now I'm trying to figure out this thing, chevrons. It should disable itself when it's on the current is 1, right? Uh, I guess this is fine, and we just need an additional current active index. It's not 1. Should be fine. The same should apply to the problem that we have. Yeah, it's not active anymore. Cool. But it allows us to go there. How many pages do we have? I think 900? No, 600? Which is, yeah, we're restful. We hypermedia. And that's actually quite surprising that it was that easy to do deep linking with HTMX, given that it also does what SPAs do. It just replaces stuff in DOM. The big difference being that where that happens, whether it happens in the browser or is it the server that is rendering stuff. But it works fine. It still has bindings to the history API in the browser, so you can just do this thing, and that's exactly what we're doing. We are pushing information about index with page for deep linking, but we are asking the paging API that returns partials, which is kind of simple if you think about it. It's not nothing complex to think about here. I like it. And the index works the same way as it should. So I think that there's a problem on the last page. So how do we limit number of pages in a static way without breaking everything else? I guess we can get this function to always return 5. Because why not? Oh, and it doesn't work for the last one. We can go there, but this chevron doesn't work for that. So we have to fix chevron for that too. Easy. Yeah. If we disregard compute pages vector function. Yeah, kind of easy. Cool. So I fixed that by checking that and not. +0. Garbage. And not active index equal total pages, I guess. That's, I think, the logic that we need. Oh, no. We had a print line here. I guess we can just take it from here, put it here. IDX -1. Print line, active IDX. Print line, total pages. Sum free. Wait. Shouldn't this render only once? Okay, what is the elegant solution to that problem? I guess you want to continue the humiliation, so come on. I have some time. I would like to finish the last bit with the chevron and then push that. Sum 5 free. What the hell? Okay. Why are we getting into this place more than once at a refresh? Sure. So this is the actual index. Yeah, I wanted that. Come on. Okay. What the fuck? Okay. It's getting executed 2 times. Okay, I think we need to check what is happening here. Okay, that's just one invocation. Okay, that's a single invocation. So how are we getting here 2 times? Yes. template index from HTTP Scala 47. Did I forget about something? Okay, this is the index. Okay. So yeah, that's the legitimate one, and it makes sense because current index is 4, and we are asking for +1, right? And the template here, yeah. Yeah. So we are at the end, and we're asking for this position, and it's 5. That's fine. That makes absolute sense. So what is happening here? What the is this? How did we... Also 47. Why do we have 2 calls from HTTP 47, line 47 here? There are no 2... There aren't 2 HTTP calls, right? And 1, 2, 3, by the way. Why? Shit. Since this is happening here, okay, so we get 2 of them. Why? And it's... Okay, that's sane. Did I... am I just blind? No, there's just single call to index. There is just one executing get index. Chevrons. No, there is another one here. I'm just blind. What the hell? What is triggering the second call? It's not the browser. Or is it doing a... Is it running... Shit, it might be running the options call? No, it wouldn't match. Yeah, that's exactly what we wanted to have. So you can see that we have out of bound, navigation, change, and a table to put into that. So that's fine. Okay, by the way, does it happen with HTMX too? Yeah. With page none. What is happening here? Oh, okay. So paging endpoint is getting hit for some reason. Maybe we need a trigger, I guess. Because I didn't do any trigger on those taverns. Maybe HTMX is doing something very stupid. So for every hx get, I want hx trigger. Yes, definitely. Just a click. If we don't have an event, don't trigger that. I don't know. Maybe it will help. Shit, it didn't. That's definitely. What do you mean? That's a single character. Oh, wait, no. It's a single render. It goes from HTTP. So, you know, there goes index, project table, project navigation, and you know, this is how I go. But it goes through the whole stack. Yeah, sure, no problem. I mean, if you like Slack. By the way, Slack is always mind-breaking for me because it's a get, so it's not an option. So it wouldn't. So how what is sending the second request? It wouldn't do that. We don't have second one here. I don't know. Oh, I don't know. Wait, which part? Favico. Favico. It's fucking Favico. Okay. Ah. God damn. Yeah. The fall through, I have to say, the fall through behavior of index endpoint. So something like that, right? I mean, I guess we probably could. Oh, come on, give me. No, not an index. If we did this. Now, this is a problem. Okay, it's 404. If we do this, we're back to the fall through, right? Or not? Of course. Or not? No. Are we? Are we back to the fall through behavior? No. So it just fails for the Favico. This works too. This also works. Okay, so getting this in makes it stop being a complete fall through. So, you know, the default case. Shit. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so that's definitely going to improve how I sleep. That we can fix that. And now we were dabbling with chevrons, and chevrons are a problem a bit because we still have the situation that on 4, 5 is disabled. So page 4, 3, 4, 5, sum 5, and 4, 5 for what? Active index, total pages. Total pages -1, and it should be fixed, I guess. No. No, and shit, no, that's stupid. So what is total pages? Let's try it again. Total pages is 5, right? This number. Active index is 4. So this is fine. This works. The problem is we wanted to render this thing. No, it's fine. We wanted to render this thing. So some different thing. Oh. +1. Yes, fixed. Stupid off by 1 errors. Yes, works now nicely. Okay, cool. We can disable the hack here, and off we go. I think we are almost safe to deploy, because we have paging, and now things will get massively easier. I mean, there is a problem with, yeah, +1, definitely. So there is a problem with raw SQL approach, as we have here. I mentioned that multiple times on the stream already. I kind of miss ORMs. So Laravel ORM Eloquent would handle a paging over complex queries. I mean, from what I recall, it does paging in the shitty way, which we are also forced to do here, but we don't have the projects table won't ever, I think, be big enough for that to matter in the end. I should have probably thought about that before I started thinking about using keyset, but that was probably my fancy bone. So keyset is very nice. It's very stable, and yeah, I just wanted to use that. That wasn't the best idea, it turns out. So my problem is that we will have to work with multiple different queries here, and it's gonna get very ugly to get this internal query to be paged with different search patterns. Now, from what I remember, there was a thing. Okay, so paging, database pagination. Yeah, so you can see something that is interesting here. This is Query Builder API, and this method paginate, it will do stupid stuff, obviously, because it will give you, it will use offset, and oh, they have nice things now. Cool. How does it work? Is there any explanation how does it work? No. Well, you know. Holy shit. What database has database moved? Oh, it might be. Yeah, this is the framework itself. So it will be under Eloquent repo. No. Hot damn. Where is it? Illuminate database, right. I wonder if there is this thing here. Okay, cursor, paginate using cursor. Okay, yeah, awesome. Okay. Love this typing. So it's either a cursor or a string or a null. Cool. Yeah. Is it actually using cursors? Yeah, it does, I guess. Uh, hmm. What the hell is a cursor paginator? Hmm. It's an pagination thing. Is it here? Probably not. Yeah, it's a different repo. Interesting. Well, they have improved. And I'm jelly. Because we don't have such nice stuff in Scala. So, well, the main outcome is that in stupid Laravel, you can write any query and then make the framework paginate it for you. And we are gonna have a lot of pain with that here. I'm kinda sure of that. Okay, so since this is working right now, I guess what we can do is to, because we have those checkboxes to check out. Oh, we have this bug. Oh, I would like to fix that. But the issue is it's scraping 62. The issue with that is I don't know why that happened. So this is fetch artifact info. So there is an artifact URL that is failing. I mean, it's returning. It should be returning JSON. And if you take a look at this, well, the first character at index 0 is a left chevron, by the way. And that's opening tag of an HTML tag. So we're getting an HTML body. And what I guess would be useful, I guess it would be useful to declare case class scraping HTTP exception. URL should we take the whole response with us? I don't know. Can we, by the way? Can we do that? Because we would have to reflow with that, maybe. Cause throwable cause So if we do this here, we lose the response. If we don't do this here, you pickle, why is there no safe method? Right to read trace visitor. No, it just throws exceptions. Hey, what the hell? Okay, so we have a cat situation. Say hello. Not really wanting to. So I guess I guess maybe we could do Oxider with, instead of doing that, do catching handle goaways is retry policy. So I guess either. Right. That's an either. Okay. And we can also do catching here. Okay. Now, what I would like to do. Now we actually can't do this. Yes. And now okay. It's interesting because this is exactly what I wanted to explore. How is the fusion of scope-based direct style programming with was the style that we probably could call it idiomatic Scala. So like you program with immutable collections that you just apply next method on a collection to you build a pipeline out of the collection, you pipeline all the operations. But Scala is an eager, strict language. So in the end, you just assign it to something, and then you get back to control flow that isn't based on a next method calls. So that's very different from what we get, what we do with monadic effects. With monadic effects, you just continue chaining methods. But here, well, we can just say okay and declare a jump, and it's a safe jump. So yeah, we can rewrite the whole bit here. Oh shit, one too many. Catching. Okay. Oh, we don't have an either block here yet. We have the counter here, which isn't very useful for now. And let's apply catching here too. And yeah, that's exactly the same thing that we wanted to get. So we are printing that. So maybe we could just put a new line here and get a response body. What do you think? This should make this exception much more usable because we'll see what we are getting here exactly. What is a cat jam? Oopsie. Okay. Oh, there's no OK at the end. So it keeps complaining. Okay. Now this should work. This should work just fine. Yeah. Guess it works. We can uncomment. Oh, I remembered. Uh, yeah. I remembered about that. Okay. Seems to work just fine. So yeah. Do we have? Yeah, we have like 10 minutes maybe. You need extended set of Twitch emoticons. Uh, Problem is, I'm seeing the chat in the window from how do you call it? Restream service. So I have a chat window inside of the OBS, and can I have an extended set of Twitch emoticons on that? So I recall there's Kappa, right? No. Capital. Does it work? I don't think it does. Let me check on Twitch. Schedule. No. Oh yeah, now it does. So on Twitch it's not with uh like you know. Oh, it is. So you can start emojis with double colon, just like on Slack, right? Artosis. No. Which StarCraft, by the way? Because you might underestimate my age. I'm Brood War. Yeah, cool. I don't know him, but I do know the StarCraft One Brood War scene pretty well. I used to watch the league games from the Pro League, from the Korean Pro League. Good times. Here's overlay. Okay. How does it work? Um, please continue. Oh yeah. Please continue. I'll try to do the configuration and stuff. JDBC URL, JDBC. That's database or user password. DB user string, DB password string. Where do we have stuff that is still CFG config? Come on. Cool. No problem. We are taking that. Nice. Okay. Sorry, OCD. Beautiful. Pointless but beautiful. So I think we had some more configuration stuff that we wanted to have configured, I guess. No, this can be hard-coded. It's fine. We hard-coded the page size, which is to do make configurable by user, probably. Maybe we want to do that. I mean, it would be a parameter then. As a param. Cool. Scraping job. Scraping job does it need any additional configuration values? No, I don't think it does. Cool. Is it? Oh, yeah, right. It makes absolutely 100% sense. So we need a db user very secure, and now should be fine. Yes, yes, it's working. Okay, so do we have more configuration? Shit, it was here. Scala, just in Scala files. To do make configurable. Okay, that's the configuration port. Always bind to all hosts, to local interfaces, all of them. This is fine. Resolve configuration, yes. Yes, this is fine. Okay, let's look for to-dos. Oh. We don't do that yet. Interesting. So there's no left happening here? Not at all? Oh, from head option. So manual control, okay. Yeah, okay, this is not fine. We should fix that, but we don't have a test. Yeah, okay, that looks like it's all fine. So given that I don't have much more time, you know nothing about Twitch streaming. Well, welcome to the team. I basically green. Cool. Let's just build that. Not fetch. We already have fetched. Let's build version 14. You know what? Scala is going to bother me if I don't bump those versions. And the work to make it go away, to make it configurable so that you see this hint only once per day. I have it on my backlog for like last 3 months. And I guess once we are done with search, I think I'll focus on our open source. So Scala CLI, Bloop needs so much attention. So yeah, let's see. We're not gonna build that for a moment. We're just going to the project file, yeah, and bump the versions. I think there's a, by the way, command for that. Oh no, I won't help. Tell me. Dependency update, yeah. Awesome. Let's see whether that builds. NASA, like the American Space Agency. NASA was streaming at 720p. Why? I mean, they're like, government agency. It's not like they don't have money outside. So yeah, that's 14. And it will crash on us because it's pulling the image. It's going to check this. Yes! God damn it, I love that. That's why I built this. So it is asking us to provide valid configuration for that. We could do this inline like this, but we should use configuration values. So, and that's, by the way, interesting because I'm not entirely sure what will happen if I do configuration inline here, because the macro might just decide that, well, no. But let's see. Yeah, cool. Does that compile? Or is that? Okay, it compiles. Which is fine because those things evaluate to output of string, which is very nice. Okay, so now this will crash in runtime during deployment, which isn't that good. But we don't have a way to verify the configuration, that configuration is present for the deployment statically. And I guess we probably shouldn't do that, unfortunately. Starliner launch. You mean Starship? I recall Elon was writing something about a new Starship launch. Bang Starliner. Oh, I haven't heard about that. Okay. So it's what? It's a competing program to Starship? Reusable. Partially reusable spacecraft. Cool. Is there anything about Starship in this article? No. So it's what's the launch mass? 13,000 kilogram. And is there a Starship here? Oh, no. But there should be. Shit. Where's the SpaceX Starship? What's the launch mass? Shit. Gross mass. So what is the maximum amount of stuff that it can take to orbit once it's done? I can't find it. Well, how zero? Capacity of 100 to 150 tons payload capacity. Okay, so this is, I think, not the same class, right? Not the same class of a ship. Payload capacity. Well, no. No, that's just, isn't that like just the capsule? personal voyages. So, what did they use to launch it? Oh shit, I have to go, by the way. So, thank you for that off topic. Let's just quickly config set db user postgres ml pull me config set db password postgres ml pull me up. Yeah, let's get it to prod, and I'll push the repo, and I'm off to the gym to lift metal instead of values into monadic context. For builds, Scala CLI. I do use metals, yeah. I mean, I did use IntelliJ yesterday, and day before, to work with Ox, and it was fine. I mean, IntelliJ has some issues with Scala 3 on the typing front. Okay, it looks like we should be live here with, yes, with paging. Nice. Okay, cool, very nice. And we should probably format that to be more readable, I guess. And now, thank you. And now what I want to do is just to push that whole thing. Oh my god, Git in Polish. Oh, I'm suffering. How did I fix that last time? I think it was language region here, maybe. I think I just completely killed the support for Polish language in the system. Not that it helped. Shit. I don't know. PL. Shit. I don't know why it changed locally. Sad. Yeah, we could, but it will override that anyway. Git status. What do we have here? If I do just git add everything. Oh shit! It took so much time that I'm afraid to see the status now. Oh, it's not that bad actually. Did it include? Yes, it did include the J. Shit. We don't want that. So git rm cached all. No. Or. God damn. Git ignore. App main. Ignore that. Because that's the artifact, the build artifact. Okay, it seems that we already have all the .ders in that, which is fine. We don't have a remote. Okay. So do we have any history of logs? No. Scraping and basic UI with paging work. Oh, let me enter the password, please. So I have to hide the screen. Shit. Okay. And I guess it's just git push. What? What? Why? Hmm. Did I completely miss out on configuration of whole GitHub stuff? Let me try again. Oh, I get it. I done goofed. I should have used SSH. Um, yeah, so I changed the. I have a stupid remote now with HTTPS. Git remote rm origin. Yay. Cool. Okay. So we have a state that is usable. You can see it. You can visit the code and take a look at what I've been working on for the last few streams. And that will be all for today, I guess. Thank you very much for attending and see you soon. Cheers. Bye.